You good? So, we'll kick off the town council regular meeting, July 10th in Hideout, Utah. And, we're gonna start with the Pledge of Allegiance, which we haven't done in a while, so, we're gonna add that back into the meetings, so. It's the flag, I pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I've done it in a while, I almost forgot the word. Okay, so roll call. Chris.
Here.
John, here. Carol.
Here.
JD.
Present.
Rep here. We're all here except for Bob, who is, called me and told me he is in Paris. So, though we all wish where he was. Yeah, we're gonna play a little bit of a violin here for Bob, but he's not gonna be here. First order of business is public input. So the floor is open to any attendee to speak, and it's *9, *6, I believe. To mute, unmute. So, Brian's got his hand.
I got one, one
Okay.
short one.
Go.
Okay, I'm Brian Cooper from Shoreline 2, North Shoreline Court.
Your shoreline one.
Shoreline 1, you're right. I just Voted myself.
Record
show. Shoreline 1.
That's good.
Shoreline.
I know, Brian.
Man. And so I wanted to bring up a comment I made, I think, 2 meetings ago about the low water pressure at the top end of North Shoreline Court. When it was built 6 years ago, it was barely at the minimum of 40 PSI. And so I had email exchanges with Gordon Miner, who, by the way, immediately emailed me back and said that, yes, and I knew that during my tenure as the chair of the infrastructure committee, we had a plan to regulate pressures a little higher there, right? 2 concerns. One is that pressure is measured at the bottom of the lower floor, and they're all 2-floor units. And so you lose about 7 PSI going to the upper shower head, which is where the master rooms are. And you lose a couple PSI just due to restrictions. So you lose about 9 PSI. So you're looking at around 30, 31 PSI for those shower heads. And if you turn on a dishwasher or your washing machine for sure, you get drool. Okay, your shower turns off. I'm a sort of halfway down, and so mine's at 50, was at 50 PSI, 48 after the resistance at the bottom, and so that's like, 41. So it's just bare minimum at the shower head. So in the infrastructure master plan, which I believe has been approved by the town council, we recommended putting in another pressure regulating valve, PRV, to increase the pressures. The recommended level that TO engineer said was 60 PSI. Gordon came back and said, yeah, he figured out where he could put one and get us 55 at the upper end. I said, well, that's good enough, right? But there's no budget that I see for that. Those valves are not cheap. I think they're $40,000 or $50,000. That's what TO engineers told me a couple of years ago.
Well, not a typical shower head, anyway.
No, it's not. It's not like the regulator on there, they're the big full, water main size valves. What we had tried to do 3 or 4 years ago was, as new infrastructure was being put in by the developers, to get them to pay for it. I think we did get them to put in 1 valve, but not one for this. So I just like to add that, or ask that be added to the master plan, not master plan, but the budget for next year, right? To do that, because there's nothing in the budget for that. And in general, once we have a master plan approved, we need one for stormwater and for sewer. I don't think either of those have been approved yet. That we should be implementing those. We should come up with a plan to phase those in and budget for them. So I'd like to make my request be the first one we do is for this new PRV. And one second thing is, I asked the fire department for the last time that they did a fire hydrant test, and they didn't know. And it was might have been 6 years ago. I don't know if it's ever been done. They do the end of each row, of course, the end of of North Shoreline Court is up almost the highest point.
Is there
So
a
they
standard,
said they do that for free.
is there a standard for how much they should do in a year, like once a year or?
He said every 3 years, the county goal is to have every street, determination of every line, I should say, done every 3 years. And I know it's been 6 years for ours, and who knows for the rest. I mean, Rustler's also high, the town hall here is probably one of the highest points. So we should prioritize doing the lowest pressure ones that haven't been done for a while, and just ask the fire department to come out and do probably those three, right?
Yeah, I'm wondering, so we have obviously pretty regular calls with Chief Hales and team, so, who's keeping track of that? Do you know, Brian?
No, I don't
Like,
think
who's
anyone
got to
is.
check off?
Yeah.
So Mayor, I'd like to respond to that for a second. So I've had this discussion with Brian. And we had talked about, well, resurrecting a committee that would be the next iteration of the infrastructure, which is not, I think we don't want to call it necessarily infrastructure committee. We want to call it more,
Was
like
infrastructure.
community infrastructure and building advocacy.
Right.
So a kind of an intake committee where we could, bring all of these ideas and then try to get them prioritized for the town. And then we would, collect them, have discussions with engineering or our building department, depending on the nature of what comes in. Because not everything is engineering,
Right.
some of it is building department.
Mm.
And then, this committee would help champion the work and try to get that to the attention of the town to prioritize. And that would be another committee, the formal report out every month. And I'd like to propose that we form that committee, and I'd like to, be a council member on it, and like to actually nominate Brian to be part of that, and I'm not sure, and of course, we would want to have Gordon be part of that, and Kathleen from the building permits, because she interfaces with our building department, and so, and then add perhaps one or more members, depending on, how things go, but to provide those eyes and ears, because I think, we're hearing about this in public input, but then it's very, very hard to action it from there. And so I think our committee could help funnel this work into, the prioritization for the town. Would you be willing for us to start?
I'd like to hear some comments. I know right now we're looking at all the committees for the town and where they report to. So one of the things is like, we're getting a lot of committees. And to some extent, should a committee like this report to the planning commission? And one of the things I'm thinking of is we don't want to have multiple expenses going, like Gordon costs $253 an hour.
This isn't land use though, so I don't think planning commission.
Well, you just said Gordon, so.
Gordon is engineering when he would be a technical advisor. We would be bringing things to him to raise his awareness, also discuss, like, for example, the PRV that Brian was mentioning. And I don't think we've adopted I don't recall adopting if the,
The water plan?
no, if Gordon on the phone, maybe he can help me. I wanna say
Yeah,
the-
I've had my hand up here. I can comment as soon as the council's ready.
Okay, yeah, I'll ask Gordon for his help to help me understand the name of the document that we didn't adopt yet, but this would be the plan that would help us understand how to regulate pressures from high to low or in the different subdivisions and any other infrastructure. So we would be bringing to engineering, to the town, these observations, findings, suggestions, complaints that we get from the town and providing this mechanism to take the big funnel of work and try to, get it prioritized so that at least some of the most important things could start to be addressed.
Well, I know I asked JD to look at this summer, the structure of our committees. So I'd like to get a report back from maybe JD. You can help us. Yeah, maybe not right now, but in the next meeting. You can give
But
us
I
a-
have to support Chris on this. I think this is a wise thing because it's an investment kind of thing ultimately about our community. And I think that we're gonna want to schedule and we're gonna want to priority list to address. So I think it's one of those things that I think it's kind of good housekeeping that we should really think about. So on its face, it really sounds like a logical thing for me. But that's just my 2 cents.
Good, so where would you see it reporting?
I haven't thought about reporting structures per se. I think that, you know, I guess, you know, to be somewhat efficient and try to, but like, I gotta believe, that, you know, the importance of something like this is such that, you know, you want the right senior eyes on this, just to kind of
To
see
answer
it.
the reporting question, it's an administrative activity, so go through the mayor and the town. Not necessarily the council, it would come to the council when there's a decision on policy or some money to be spent that perhaps wasn't budgeted. But this is administrative work, so I think it will report to you as a mayor. And then, you know, making the priority decisions, and then as necessary, bringing in the, we'll call quote unquote expensive professionals that we have on staff to advise us. But that's how I think it should be.
I think prioritization of that, it forces choices, which I think is important to do in these kind of situations, like. Something like the water is like, that seems to be a pretty big deal for most people. Where do other priorities fill? And I think having like kind of that kind of, in a sense, of billboard in front of you kind of gives you direction about. And of course, you gotta plan, you know, funds for that. So I think there's a logic to that.
And anyone else?
I would just suggest that whatever we do with this committee, we make sure that we're comfortable doing that with all the others, because we already have special committees and special organizations. So whatever this particular committee is charged with, and no doubt there are some things that need to be solved. And as Brian had pointed out, I just want to make sure we treat all these committees the same way, with the same kind of overall structure. No doubt they'll do different tasks. I just want to make sure that they all report up the same way, and are structured the same way.
I think a big part of this, in my experience, is tailoring reporting and stuff like that to be very streamlined, to the point, and kind of direct. So I think you can help yourself by kind of being somewhat pointed in what you're doing here, like have priorities and stick to them.
So each committee is supposed to have a mission statement. I know we have one from the post committee. It's very clear what our objectives are. We try not to stray out of our lanes.
Yeah.
And this committee would be no different than that. I have a mission statement. You know, we would be, you know, working to, as an intake mechanism and a championing group to try to get attention on the highest priorities. And, you know, we're not gonna make the priorities, we're gonna bring the attention.
Yeah.
To this council, to the mayor, to, you know, the administration, what we are hearing from the community, as well as from our professionals on staff, and, you know, try to get some action. I mean, we do, unfortunately, and I know we're very short-staffed, we're lean, but a lot of things come at us, and it's hard to know what to work on and what not to work on, and it's very easy to lose sight of things. So this committee, just like the post committee and all your other committees, we have a body of work that we're trying to accomplish. Some of it, you know, gets done, some of it doesn't, but be the same overall structure. I don't see any problem with the structure of this, similar to the others.
I have a comment that I think would offer clarity to the subject.
Go ahead, Gordon.
So Henson Allen and Luce is under contract for capital facilities plans for the drinking water system, the sewer system, and the storm drain system. And so as an example, this PRV that Mr. Cooper identified, talked about, that will be in the drinking water capital facilities plan. And these plans are you know, we're pretty close to being able to present them to the council. And it's at that time when the council, together with whomever they want, can review these documents and see the projects that we've identified and the prioritization that we've given them, and and then you can, you know, add to that or delete from that, and you can adjust the priorities. And so the tool is that capital facilities plan, and that's what we're about to give you. And then you have the latitude and the power to adjust it however you want as you adopt it.
Gordon, when is that forthcoming? Do you have a date on it?
No, I don't. I haven't spoken to each one of the project managers who's working on those. I know that and I don't remember what the deadlines were when they were put under contract. I had a status meeting with the storm drain team today, and they're pretty close. They've got the modeling done. They've identified projects, and so they're putting that into report format. So I don't know, a month maybe on the storm drain. The drinking water, I know the drinking water is on hold because it depends on level of service, and the town has chosen to pause for now on the level of service discussion and that audit that has been talked about. So the drinking water one is paused because of the pause on the audit. And then I'm not sure where we are on the sewer, you know, maybe a month or so out on the sewer.
So Mayor, these are the kinds of things, I know we've done these small working groups, sometimes we call them steering committees, sometimes we just leverage our existing committees. That, you know, that are permanent committees, sometimes we have temporary steering committees, like for example, for the general plan, there's a steering committee where we kind of run things through and kind of fine tune them before we bring it to a larger audience, so that we bring a better product when it finally does come to the council, so we have some eyes on it. This would be kind of thing that I think this new committee that I'm advocating could, you know, be part of, at least be contributing by doing a review of, for example, the CFP before, you know, just to get another set of eyes on it before it would come for, you know, more public scrutiny with the council. Those are the kind of mission items that I'm really talking about.
I would suggest if you're inclined to do this, that Chris go ahead and put together a mission statement and who's gonna be, what, you know, who's on first, who's on second, and then present it, and then we can deal with it at that time.
All right.
Yeah, next meeting,
Right, we can do that.
we put it on the agenda. Gordon, so I think there's some questions and I could see some eyes flickering in the audience here, or the small audience. But in terms of the water audit report, we're looking at somewhere to release it in 90 days. Are you finished your last draft? Is there any additions? And I'm gonna address Polly. Are there any additions from the last time we looked at it that you're still working on? Where are you?
Yeah, so Polly, to answer your question, Polly is in the best position to talk about status. Go ahead.
This is still in draft form, so I can get with you after the meeting to discuss it.
Okay. Brian, that doesn't really give you an answer. I think you were looking at it like, where is this report? So.
Yeah, I'm wondering why we're delaying the audit, but
Yeah.
I understand Gordon's, you know, need to have things in the right order, but I know over 2 years ago, when I was running the infrastructure committee, we came up with a water plan, and I thought the council had approved it actually, so we've kind of taken backward steps here, and that's my concern, is I'd like to make sure we're moving forward, right, on all these, and that once the plans are approved, that we actually implement them, that we have a good plan for and budget for implementing them. I can't obviously do everything all at once, so we gotta figure out how to prioritize and do it over
Right,
time.
fit it into the,
So Gordon, I would suggest you have 3 plans in front of you right now. I would suggest for the August meeting that we have a rundown on the capital facilities plan and the 3 components of that plan and some timeframes. And if there's any early drafts that can be released, we'll get those out. and share
Well,
them.
I can talk, so I'll be able to talk about storm drain and sewer. I will not be able to talk about the audit, because that's not in the hands of Hanson Allen and Luce at this point. We're in a holding pattern, and so you'll need to get information from Polly about when that will be ready.
That's fair, Gordon. So just give us what you can give us in the August meeting, and we'll look for your feedback on those, and then that makes the committee a lot more valuable if they actually have some documents to
Totally,
run through, rather than flying in the dark here, right?
right.
Yeah, I would suggest that if anybody has comments, so Mr. Cooper's comment about his pressure, that was very, very helpful. And so if anybody has comments about deficiencies in the system, I want to hear about them yesterday. So and then when the drafts of these documents come, then that's another opportunity and to add to them, revise them, or whatever.
And the other thing is, I know that Gordon, when he hears about things, he actions them, but there's so many things. He's not here very often. I mean, he did tell me an anecdotal story of he was out doing a road inspection and then some resident pulled him aside and asked about drainage, down their driveway into their house. And that was more of a building department question. But, people, we're finding that the community doesn't necessarily have both. They don't have the right way to report things that they understand and they, can possibly be actioned. And also, Gordon and, our other professional staff don't have their ear to the ground necessarily like we do. We live here. And so this is, another mission of the committee is just try to gather that information out of people so we can identify, quote unquote deficiencies as Gordon was mentioning, or, any other, like I said, recommendations, complaints, other input from the community.
Is there, so any other comments, Carol? Are you saying anything that you want to add?
Not at the moment,
Okay.
so.
All right, well, we'll move forward on this and move to if everybody's agreed, we'll move to the next item. Actually, not to the next item, we're still in public. So, anyone in the room that would like to make a comment or ask a question? Anyone, do we have any hands raised? Do
Do you want to go through the procedure on how, if they want to?
Is it raise hands? And so anyone online, if you'd like to raise your hand, and you can do that through that function. And if you're on the phone, it's *9 and *6. I don't hear anything jumping out, so let's close public hearing and move on to first agenda item, which is actually Jason Birmingham. And we were going to talk about roads and roadway policies, but I'm not sure Jason is on. Alicia?
He is not.
So Mayor, it's been an item that I know we're like really anxious to hear about, but I think it's been on and off the agenda half a dozen times already. Is there a way we can make it stick for the next time?
I guess we need Jason to confirm that he's gonna be here, so, Jan, you've been working mostly with Jason. Can you get with him? And I know I've talked to him, but let's make sure he's on board for the next meeting, so.
Sounds good.
yeah.
We've moved him ahead so many times. I think he just didn't get it on his calendar.
Yeah, and I know July and August are vacation months, but let's get him confirmed next time for the next meeting. Or if you can't make it, then we'll have to put him on a date certain here.
So maybe can I just ask one more question, if I may? And Jan, maybe you can answer this better. So what we're expecting from Jason, is that going to be giving us guidance on, how expensive it is to maintain roads, or to, what is the can you just tell us in a sentence or two what the scope of his presentation is expected to be?
Jen, that's directed at you.
Okay, yes, he is going to lay out the various options, the pluses and negatives of certain policies, whether it's public, private, and we're going to combine that with data. Katie's been doing a deep dive into costs, historical costs, and then Dan has some numbers for projections. So Jason's portion is just informational to get you up to speed on best practices or what other cities have done, some problems that cities have run into. He's not going to make a recommendation. It's purely available for you to ask him questions.
If he's not available next month, could we have what you mentioned, which would be the historical review of what we spent on roads? Could we have at least that available in preparation, since that's not something he's going to prepare, right? It sounds like our finance team is doing that.
Yeah, in fact, we could circulate that, prior, so you have time to review it. That's a great idea.
We can at least get some traction, even if we don't have his generalized observations of what others are doing,
Yeah.
versus private roads and other policies that may be incorporated. All right, so can we do that next month also?
I'll reach out to Jason to make sure he's available, and this time we're really gonna proceed with his presentation. So,
Well, even if he's not available, getting the, our historical data on how much we've
Oh,
spent.
yeah.
We
Sure.
typically spend to maintain our roads, and what, because the council and frankly, the planning commission needs to understand this, and they need to understand it like yesterday. Because they're faced with these questions about public versus private roads, and I think they need more data and guidance for their recommendations.
Yeah, we'll get that to you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on what we'd like Jason to bring to the table, or anyone else, anything around the items around roads before the next meeting? Okay, so too bad Jason's not here. The next two items, Alicia, I don't think are the gentlemen from Spencer Hintz and Gilbert and Stewart are here as well, just to certify our annual audit from 2024 and any risk analysis here on fraud. And Jan, you also coordinated that, I believe. Will they be, do you know any reason why they're not here, or we'll have them on the next meeting?
We just need to move that to August meeting.
Okay, we'll move it to the August meeting. Next item is John Jansen and City Design that's going to discuss where we're going to go on this, on the general plan and their participation and what they maybe done before. John, are you on the line here?
John's here.
Oh, right. John's here,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
How are you?
In person.
Yeah. On our first meeting, I probably should be here.
That's right, you said you were gonna come, my
Yeah,
brain
yeah.
was leaving me when we were talking, so, yeah, do you want to, do you have a presentation, or?
Well, I did send one in. Do we have that?
It's in the packet, right?
There were some slides, yeah.
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 So-
It's in
so-
our packet. Yeah, it's in the packet.
So does that go up on the screen or how does that work? Yep. Okay, cool.
Let me bring you to, it must be incorporated in the PDF here.
Yeah, it is a PDF. I've got a thumb drive.
There you go.
There we go. That's it. Yep. Let's go with that. Yeah, I was wondering what you all were looking at. I couldn't see
Yeah,
that.
the owl, at the,
I'm back.
do you
Back
want
there.
the lectern by any chance to put your papers on?
Because you're gonna have to push the button, so yes. No,
I got
you
the
are?
controls.
Yes, thank you, sir.
No problem. You just guide me and where you're going. Move on one slide.
Yeah,
Okay.
so my name's John Jansen. I'm part of a planning team. you all applied for a grant to update your general plan. That was approved through MAG. It also involved 3 other communities, Charleston, Daniel, and Hennifer. They each get about 50,000 or so, with 200-ish total. And what I'm gonna try and do is kind of introduce myself and the team to you tonight and go through a process that we've done in one of your neighbors. Keeper, think about that. It's Keeper down that way, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and one we've used in a lot of different places. And then talk about how we would like to approach your town. So, so first off, the next slide, sorry, Mayor, there we go. Maybe. You know what? We left out the one on, hey, here's our team. Anyway, let me tell you about the team. So it's kind of a loose group of professional planners coming together as a team. Jake Young is the principal of the group, if you want to call it that. He has his own firm called City Design with 2 eyes. How's that? But anyway, I worked with Jake for the last, I don't know, 10 to 15 years. And we've done quite a few general plans and a lot of ordinance updates in a lot of communities around Utah. We have 2 other folks that are with us. First one would be Meg Ryan, not the star, okay, but she's a star in her own right.
Different kind of.
Yeah, she is. She lives over in Park City. She works for the League of Cities and Towns. I don't know if you all are a member of that.
I met her. Doesn't she teach the class and
She
for
does.
planning commissioners? So when I was a planning commissioner,
Yep.
and by the way, that comes later in the meeting. But, yeah, she taught the class if I
Yeah.
remember correctly.
Yeah, she
She
does.
did a really good job.
Yeah.
That was probably 8 years ago. 9
Yeah,
years
she
ago.
does classes and teaching and conferences and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And she and I have done ordinance work in a lot of communities around the state also. She every year is very much involved in the myriad of things that go on with our legislature these days. Trying to keep up and help people understand what they need to do to keep up. So she's there. Another gentleman we have is Robert May. Let's see, he used to work down in Utah County for a while, and then was with Mill Creek until about a month and a half ago. And I think right now he's fishing, but that's what he wants to do, is fishing and consulting. So he's got some good experience, and he probably specializes mostly in ordinance work. So we might not see him that much here except for the public meetings where probably have our whole team here. Last part of our team is Logan Simpson Design, which is a company out of Fort Collins, Tempe, Arizona, a couple places. Larger organization, planning organization. They do stuff all around the Intermountain West. And we just felt like that would help to round out our team where we need more support. They have a local office also in Salt Lake. So that's our group. Just let me tell you a little bit about me. Let's see, I've been a Utah resident since 1971. So I like to think that I'm local at this point. Anyway, I worked for a private consulting firm when I first got out of school. Then I was up in Davis County as one of their county planners for about 3 years. Then I took a risk and went to West Valley because they were talking about unincorporating left and right. And anyway, stayed there for about 30 years, and I've been doing consulting work ever since. So the beard is real. I've been around. There you go. Okay.
Pretty good there, John.
Yeah. Haven't shaved it off in a long time. Anyway. Okay. We'll just go through the presentation here. You already have a general plan, so I don't know how important this is to you, but we're just gonna zip through this fairly quickly. It's interesting that general plans are required by state law, The zoning ordinance is not, which is really strange to me. Okay, but that's the way it is at the moment. It is an advisory document. You may have heard rumors from the state about possibly making it more than advisory. That may happen, that may not. I can tell you with the American Planning Association conference in the fall, we're gonna have a session on that, talk about pros and cons. So we'll see how that goes. I do a lot of work with American Planning Association too, just free stuff. Thinking about the future, that's really what the plan's all about, usually 10 to 20 years out. I've even done somewhere we did 30, okay? But you always recommend that you ought to have updates every 5 to 10 years, okay? And a lot I've worked on are 20, 25 years old, so it's hard to get to. But if you think about it on your own personal level, you know, I was just thinking about all the cars out in the lot there for a moment, and I'm just thinking, you know, when you think about, I need another car, you just don't say to yourself, I'm gonna go out tomorrow and buy a car. It's usually gotta figure out how to do that, right? It takes some planning to do that. And what we're trying to do really is come up with, what is that car gonna look like 10 or 20 years from now that we're interested in buying? And how do we get there? So it's that future oriented kind of planning on a consensus basis. And a lot of things change. When I think back 10 years from today, I go, man, where did all this stuff come from that we've got? You know, everybody walks around with a laptop or a phone is enough these days. The AI folks are, which isn't folks, it's AI things are helping us here and there. And just so many things have changed. It's just amazing. So that's another good reason to update your plan all the time. One thing I really like about our planning process is we get to what are the big issues that you ought to deal with, not just here's what the state law said, you got to do this couple of things. It's what are you all really concerned about and you want to work on? So we'll go another slide here. Okay. So it is that vision for the future. Our process does try to emphasize the visioning part. Because we think the plan really flows from there. And things just don't happen without an effort. We try to get at what your values are. I'm gonna do a little bit of that tonight, and we'll do that in the open houses also. Policy direction, I think, is really important. You were almost talking about your audits and that kind of thing, capital projects. You know, it's nice to use that plan to help guide some of those thoughts too. Where are you putting your money every year? What are the big projects you ought to be working on? I noticed you had a couple of ordinance amendments, those kinds of things. The plan helps you think long range about your short range decisions, which is very helpful. And often, if there are things that come up in the plan that should be implemented into your ordinances, it's kind of that step before you do ordinance updates. So we'll go on. State requires us to have a few things in there. Essentially, it's that future land use, housing. Now they've added a little bit about water, which sounded like Gordon was talking about. I know Gordon, by the way. He was in Heber and a couple towns that I've worked in before. Anyhow, and the transportation, of course. I forgot, we have part of the team, Parametrics, which is a transportation firm, local folks helping us out with that. We'll see what all that involves. I'm sort of interested in what Jason Birmingham would have to say another time. And he used to work for UDOT, right? Is that right? Does that ring a bell?
I've talked to him, but I'm not sure. Jan, do you know if Jason worked for UDOT?
I doubt it. The firm has been, you know, back in the day, it was Lewis, Young, Robertson, and Birmingham. So he's owned that firm for a long time.
Okay, that may have been where I met him. Okay. Okay, so those are the four main things. We like to weave those into what comes out of our process, as opposed to they're all just their own separate chapters and kind of a boilerplate thing, but anyway. And then the plan really can have all the other topics that you want to get in, okay? What's important to you. So we'll move on. So I'm gonna ask you a question. The old school part of me would give you a Post-it and you would write something down and we'd put it up on the wall. But we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna discuss for a moment. This plan would be a success if you get to fill in the blank. Can we have a little conversation about that? What do you think?
You're asking us right now?
I am.
I mean, I certainly have a couple of things in mind, but,
Okay, well, would they be?
anyone else?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay,
We all do.
Okay,
good, good,
maybe we'll
good.
start from this end of the table. JD, I'm gonna put you on the spot and say,
I
as the
actually,
newest person, you
I
might have
actually
to.
thought about this, but didn't come up with anything, so I defer to the people who know a little bit more than I did.
So we could go to this end and then
Yeah,
go back.
that might be a better idea.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was on the council at the original general plan.
Uh-huh.
We adopted it in 2019.
Yep.
Worked with BYU and a class, students who were surprisingly good. In fact, I went to their class and helped them, guide them through some of the chapters they might have been struggling with.
Okay,
I think what we would like to see now, because after 6 years, things have changed,
mhm,
right? We have annexed. At that time, we were making an annexation policy plan but we have since then annexed very important properties, including 350 acres in Richardson Flat. We've also figured out possibly what to do with some acreage that was given to us by developers. So what I think is silent in the current general plan is what are our commercial zones? Where do we want our commercial activity to be in the town? Because I think the general plan as it stands now talks about interspersing neighborhood commercial, but now that we're evolving and we have a lot more residents, I think we're coming to the realization that commercial is probably that's clustered in perhaps couple of areas. And we maybe don't focus in on putting the little shops, inside a community. Just because of the nature of our topography, the fact that, where the highways are located, access, et cetera, and just general way people move around through Hideout and within Hideout. That's something that is missing.
so it'd be a success if it included
If it included
recommendations for those.
guidance, and I think it would
Yeah.
help our planning commission
Yeah.
when they're faced with applications for land use that are coming at them. Yeah, I think it would help just basically guide us into making Hideout more of a planned community and not just, stuff's coming at us and we're approving it in
Yeah,
in myopic chunks instead of looking at the
Okay.
big picture.
great,
I guess I would suggest that if we end up being a thriving community with skyrocketing property values with a bunch of restaurants,
mhm,
some very light kind of retail specialty kinds of things. I'm not talking about big box stores. And perhaps a bodega, something of that nature. These are all things that, we have surveyed the town a number of times. We held our own open house on this kind of subject. And these are all things the residents have told us. And I think they're right. And so, as part of your process, I would ask that you avail yourself of the results of those surveys that we've done, the results of the open house we've done, because a lot of residents put in a lot of time and thought into those. And I want to make sure their wishes get incorporated into this.
okay. Just to say that our process tries to bring everybody together to do those things, so, okay.
I'll pass it off to Carol. Now, you can come back to me last, but I would just, go ahead, Carol.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, I agree with what Jonathan was saying. We've done a lot of surveys. We've reached out to our community fairly recently. And we've gotten the input from them. So my feeling is that the plan would be a success if we could follow some of those recommendations. And as everybody in this room knows, it would also be a success if we could have a community center and a gathering place for our town where we can all come together. This room is just too small, so not set up for it. So, those are some of the things that I think would be a success. And I just would like to say that because we've done so many surveys and open houses, that I don't wanna just keep doing it. I think the community's gonna get tired of it.
Okay,
So if you could take, the results from that and work with that.
yeah, so,
They really were quite recent.
so Jan will be able to get us those.
Have all the surveys and
Okay.
data.
Right, and we also have, what is, the lady that came in, Helen.
Helen?
Helen?
Helen, yeah, and Helen met with all of us too. So she's what is she? She's a consultant.
PR consultant.
Communications director of the town.
Okay, right, and so she, has worked with us as well as some of the community members. So
Okay.
I would say reach out to her too.
I refer to the surveys all the time. Actually, there's 2022, and then we had the one in November, which was on the Ross Creek, but there were almost more than half the town, so they are both statistically significant, although one is older than the other, but they're consistent in their feedback to us as a town. So I'll pass it, Carol. Anything else?
No.
Pass it on to JD. JD, you're on the spot again.
This plan will be a success if you can do in the intended areas exactly what they were intended to do. So in other words, recreate, eat, do that. If people are allowed to do that, we'll have a community. And I think, if you're allowed to do these areas that are built specifically for those purposes, I think that will be a success because most people. I think the survey definitely showed that they want a little bit of amenities here, to lead a little bit more normal, like in terms of just some accessibility things, but having a restaurant or something by Ross Creek or, so some activities or recreational stuff or have ski trails that are reliable to take advantage of. I think people would be very happy just about having those things and having the town support it and kind of, produce them.
Can I add something? Cause just, add one more thing. So it would be a success for me if the survey methodology that was used would really suss out the answers to the questions that the community, getting out from the community what they really want. Because if you write a survey in the wrong way, you're just gonna get all the NIMBY responses. I've got my piece, I don't want anybody else to build anything.
Yeah.
So we need a survey methodology that we feel confident is really asking the questions in the right way to really get thoughtful answers out of our constituents and the community members.
So just say we usually do surveys, but not usually right after you all have done some.
Right.
But I would wanna look at them.
Well, why don't you take a look at the surveys, because
Yeah.
there may be some questions that we might be able to ask, and I think Chris is alluding to the fact that 90% of the town doesn't want any more residential. So that's a piece of the survey, but you could flip that question and say, if there was a proposal for more residential that would offer the town amenities that
There you
we're
go.
talking about,
That's right.
then that's a trade-off. So how much are you willing to trade off? One, amenities, two, taxes? Because, well, for one thing, more residential is a net zero for our taxes. Commercial is the only thing that's gonna add. So we haven't necessarily tweaked the questions to that point. But in general, we got some really good survey feedback in the Ross Creek that I thought, that was 326 people.
Yeah.
That's that's hugely significant.
Yeah.
And they talked to us. It wasn't just like they came in. I'm gonna add some things myself here.
Okay.
Not a lot, because these comments from everybody was excellent. This is my third general plan. I've done one as a planning commissioner and vice chairman on the East Coast. They call it master plans in New Jersey, not general plans. So I wrote most of that plan, as a matter of fact, for our town, of about 5,000, 6,000 people at that point.
And you're willing to admit that you're from New Jersey.
I admit that, and the plan was Well, not that I
This
was.
is where I grew up.
By the way, John, not that
Sorry.
not that I live near the turnpike because, Johnny Carson just made, jokes about
There's a
that.
fork in the road
Right.
somewhere there, right?
But we had a nice little town, but the problem, our first town I was involved with doing work, and I was vice chairman of the planning board, was an older town. So Henry Hudson landed it. You think, we're a startup. We have a really different, I don't know how much we talk about this. It's like a startup town
Yeah.
with acceleration growth at this level.
Yeah.
Older towns have different problems. Each is unique. It's like we have a unique situation. And then I was involved with the general plan here because I was vice chairman when we initiated that plan. So I had a lot of writing to do that we passed on to the BYU. And this would be like the third time around. I'm hoping I get better. So that we get better, it's like three shots, but all of them have been interesting experiences. And by the way, John, all of my experience have been different. Each of those, I think this is going to be yet different again. But then I'll give you my 2 cents on where I think we need to go. Certainly, I'd like to see, hey, in 5 years, it looks like we did our homework to get to that 5 years and the town's benefiting. And part of that, and I think it was Jonathan that mentioned the value of our homes, the view shed. This town is totally tied up. Like my first 2 towns were totally tied up in views of New York skyline, views of the ocean. This town is tied up with the view of a smaller pond, so to speak, but a great mountain.
Yeah.
And so views are, and if you talk to the individual who founded this town, his vision was, I had a chance to have an hour conversation with him last week. His vision was a town of, having access to beauty, mountains, the Jordanelle Reservoir, and without overburdening the town. Everybody's got a different vision, each of us in this room has got a vision. So, but it was interesting hearing the guy who, developed this town. And, one comment he made to me was, and, I thought that was valid. Hey, we don't want to be like Promontory or Tule, where it's expensive just to walk out your door because it's, $38,000 to walk into the community center. So, and I'd like to add one more thing.
Which is the club.
Which is their clubhouse. And,
Right.
I mean, you look at, what the prices are. I think we all
Yeah.
do here, because I've certainly looked at them, which is great, but that's not who we are. That's not how we started. So one more comment. I would like to think that we can get a community center, if it's a building, if it's a place, where we can create community. I would love to have some more, dollars and cents that we can invest in this town where people can come. Carol, you can have your reading room. We can have a multimedia, the book club, so to speak. And maybe somebody could get married there, so to speak, with a view. I mean, one of my towns, we had a big center, and you could get married there, but it was self-sustaining. Those things actually provided the money for maintenance. So there's a lot of creativity, I think, here coming in, and I'm all for creating more community neighborhood cost up there.
Okay. So, for me, that's educational too, right? I asked the question so I can hear from you and we start to understand the community a little better. So appreciate that. Let's go on to the next one.
Well, if the next slide is as long as that one, we'll be here all day.
No, we're gonna go fast. Go fast for this. I wanted to show you just quickly what we have done, and we did choose Heber, but the process we've used in the communities has been fairly similar. Although there are a lot of different ways to do a general plan, okay? And we're not doing them all the same in all 4 of these communities, just by the by. A couple of them, the plan's not really the issue, their ordinances are the issue. So the plan's gonna be really simple and oriented toward whatever their big issues are. But in Heber, we did do a survey, start things off. And just let me say, we'll look at those surveys and we'll see if there's other questions we think are missing or that might get at some of these issues that you got. Anyway, and maybe you're just saving us money because we don't have to do a survey. So that'd be good. Cause just by the by, this will be the least expensive general plan I've been involved in. Doesn't mean it's gonna be, you know, a superficial thing at all, but, most of them are 70 to 100,000.
We didn't pay anywhere near that with the BYU guy.
I'm sure of that. Sorry.
Yeah, I think we're under 25 to be
Yeah,
very honest. with
I've
you,
looked
if I
at it.
remember correctly.
And, you know, for a few of these communities, we're gonna do it for 25
Yeah.
and.
I think we've
spend the rest-
graduated, yeah, we're at a grammar school now and
Yeah.
we're, you know, maybe we're seniors in high school in terms of development.
Yeah, and the other part of the money from for those communities is gonna be for their ordinances. They're just way behind.
Yeah.
And I haven't really looked at yours. I'm just assuming that Thomas et al. Has done a good job to keep you up, but. I actually don't know. And then maybe Thomas will tell us that there's something he wants us to do eventually. But, anyway, what we did there is the survey, got some ideas about what folks were concerned about, went to a public meeting after that. Told everybody what the survey results were, and then kind of tried to get values that people have. And actually, if we pop to the next slide, it's old enough, well, one more, sorry. Just go one more for a sec, there we go. We got all kinds of answers about people's concerns, what they wanna see the community be like, those kinds of things. And let's go back one, sorry.
No problem.
It's always interesting when I talk, sometimes I do go back and forth, but anyway. The first open house, we tried to get at the land use issues as much as we can, which would get at your town center ideas. How do you support that? How do you get that to happen? But we try and get that from the people in your community as opposed to just us thinking that through. So it's a mapping exercise. We'll have a base map with what we call land use chips, and people get to place them on the map, okay? And we'll figure out what the chips are as we get further along, but obviously we're probably gonna have a town center chip. And you might have low density, high density, who knows what else, mixed use, something. Anyway, that goes for a while. That's usually a very fun exercise for folks. From that, let's go down a couple now. Yep, one more. Yeah, this is actually the workshop in Heber. You can see the old guy had some effect with the Post-its. We had posters up that we tried to get at value questions, and then we had the mapping exercise everybody went through. And during that time too, we have usually a little presentation and do phone polling using your phone, obviously. Okay, moving on. In Heber, we had a couple hundred people show up and we got 25 maps. Actually, in their case, South Shore of the Jordanelle into town. Cause they just had a huge annexation that they were entertaining at that point. Anyway, 25 maps. So what do you do with 25 maps? We try to go through them and come up with the consistent themes that we see, the things that are repeated. And we also look for, wow, that's a great idea. Let's put that in here. And then we come up with 3 scenarios. If we go on here. And just kind of, oh, yeah, when people are done with their map, at the end of the night, we try to have everybody present. In that particular case, instead of 4 questions to talk about their map, we had 1. Cause we'd have been there another couple hours if we did those 4. So, you know, it's some of that stuff you just do on the fly, but those are the things that we ask people to do is, you know, tell us what they thought was really good about their map, okay? Next one. And we try and figure out what we learned from all that, and the next one tells you, here's some of the big issues that showed up, the big ideas. sounds pretty similar, actually, in a way, right? Everybody around Utah is worried about open space and trails, and how do we get access into our mountains when so much of it is private, and how do we figure that out? So, on these maps, we look at desired places for trailheads and for trails with tape, little thin skinny tape, and people get the tape on their maps where they really like to see a trail. In Heber, you would think the only place they want to center is downtown, right? But they had so much stuff to annex. They're talked about some centers further north, okay? And Heber's got lots of issues downtown, so downtown enhancement was a big one. They wanted to see kind of a clustering philosophy with open space, where, you know, if you got a 100-acre parcel, you only really build on 20 or 25 acres and you leave the rest of it open. But you get the density that would have been there for 100 acres, those kinds of things. So that we talked about. They actually don't have much room for that. But anyway,
Actually, it's a microcosm of Richardson Flat. So if you look at Richardson Flat, that's exactly what the concept started and has gelled to. I don't know, you'll see it if you.
okay, I
Don,
don't
if you
know where that is, but that's.
Yeah, that's our annexation area, but if you look at those 325 acres,
Oh,
you're.
the Miller one.
Concentrated, and then you have lots of open space, so, that would be a good, kind of what I said, microcosm of exactly that, John.
Yeah, I saw something where they actually had sort of a plan that they were starting to work on, I think.
They have a
right?
plan.
They
I
do.
mean, we have a
Plan for that.
We have a master development agreement already in place
Okay.
from the annexation in 2020.
Oh.
That, I mean, there is an approval, an upzone, et cetera.
Yeah,
That's the starting point now.
okay. All right,
There's a lot of flexibility going on, John, right now, so that's the piece that's interesting,
yeah,
so.
And our needs have changed in 5 years, right? We're thinking of things differently than we did 5 years ago when we negotiated that out in public for 4 hours.
I'm sure you did.
Mhm.
I know the huge annexation that Heber did, I mean, that took months and months and months and months. I did help a little bit with some of the language for the development agreement, so anyway, small town character, I just wanna say, everybody seems to want that. It's hard to define what the heck that means, but yeah,
It's not a big city.
yeah,
I mean, that's.
sometimes you
I think it's
become one.
possible for people to articulate what that means.
Yeah.
I think it's knowing your neighbors and feeling like you belong to a community,
Yeah.
right? Instead of just being an anonymous person who you don't know who you live next door.
Which the community center would help that, so,
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Thank
What we,
you.
with the reading room, yes,
what we don't have is, we don't have a downtown for people.
no, you don't.
You
And
know, so, I mean, something like I was mentioning, my first couple of towns were very old.
Mhm.
And, they grew up around the English tradition, so to speak, in designing towns.
Yeah.
Which, the center is, a park and you build around that, and it's the common area typically,
Okay.
as you probably know.
Yeah,
But here, we didn't, it wasn't designed from that. It's like, it's a reverse. It's almost like we gotta go back in time to figure that out.
Yeah.
So this will be interesting as to, how we can kind of manage that for the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Okay.
Couple
Moving
of
on.
thoughts there.
sorry.
What else we got?
Just, well, and I just thought I'd show you, we show 4 scenarios here, I think we're talking about 3 with you all. The first one was just what happens if your zoning just gets, built as is, okay, everything was zoned, and what happens? And the other 3 are the consensus themes, good ideas that we saw from all those maps, okay? Next,
They include like, future annexation desires and things like that.
we can do that,
We're very geographically limited here.
Uh-huh.
We have a big lake, we're surrounded by Summit County on both sides.
yeah.
So it's difficult for us to expand, because we have to expand into Summit
And we
County.
certainly can use the potential annexation area.
Yep.
That whole deal with the south side of Jordanelle wasn't done at this point, so we were actually helping make that make sense for the community, so.
I think it's gonna be important to understand that we have a master development agreement with a developer that we inherited. And that it pretty much sets in stone a lot, not everything,
Yeah,
but quite a bit in this end of the town.
okay,
And so we're gonna be somewhat constrained by that. And I think we need to be realistic about that.
Yeah.
That's not going anywhere.
yeah.
Yep.
Well, and that's the kind of stuff we can show on the map as a given, right? Yeah. Okay, scenarios show up and we don't ask people to select a scenario. We ask them to select the pieces that they like in each one and let us know what those are, okay? And from those pieces and parts comes the,
Next slide.
yeah.
Okay. I wasn't quite sure what the shopping cart.
Okay. The shopping cart is, our analogy.
Are we at
of-
this slide or the next one?
You're not, let's do the next one.
All right.
Shopping cart is, meant to say like, go down the aisle and you choose things, okay? As opposed to you just go to the frozen foods and grab a TV dinner.
We'd make a lot of people happy here if we had some place to go pick up some
Yeah.
food that wasn't in downtown Park City or Pickle Junction.
Yeah.
Or Eber. you know.
Yeah. Yeah, you got several ways to go to get anything, really.
At least like 14 miles.
Yeah. Yeah.
11.
So what resulted was this vision, and we did this for Heber in a poster, but that was just part of the plan. So you have the vision on the left that tells you the main principles that we got involved in. Up top in the fine print there is actually a vision statement, and then, I don't know, maybe you can see that on your computer better, but
Not really.
yeah, sorry.
I'll try to, I'll blow this up as much as I can.
Yeah, it's pretty fuzzy. Anyway, tells you about what we're expecting for town centers, destination centers, which were the ones up near the Jordanelle and different ones, so. It's an attempt to get it all kind of on one page, but it's a big page. So, that's what we did in Heber, and then we wrote up the general plan based on all of that. So here, we are thinking, let's go to the next one. First, we would like to do that mapping exercise, okay? At the very least, I think ideas for where a town center could be, sounds like a pretty important thing, and we could get some really good ideas from everybody, if they participate. Again, we usually do a survey beforehand, maybe we won't, but let's hold off on that idea until I see what we got. So we do that mapping exercise and presentations, so kind of that same idea. Step 2 would be compiling and creating some scenarios, okay? Then we get back together and have another open house and try and get at the parts that people like. This is where I'd still recommend we do another survey, because I think I heard from you all that you have an awful lot of second home owners here, probably out of state, and it'd be nice to be able to give them some way to have some input.
Majority of the owners here are part-time. This, yeah,
Majority.
The reason the numbers,
well,
percent?
the closest estimate I think we have is somewhere in the neighborhood of the high 30s is a full-time resident.
Okay,
Now, that's not hard science, that's based, I got some data out of the county about people who are receiving the 45% discount.
yeah.
So I assume that's their primary residence. Now, certainly there are some people who are living here but are taking that discount somewhere else because it's more valuable,
Mhm.
perhaps.
Yeah.
And so somewhere around 300, give or take, roughly.
And that is about 30%, right?
Yeah, out of 800 and what are we up to?
12 or
Yeah,
20 right now.
824.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. So, and if you look at it, yeah, so the numbers match up as we look.
They're
at it,
rough,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
only a third of the town roughly is full-time.
oh, okay, I was taking it the other way.
No,
30% full-time, all
I
right.
never lived in a neighborhood in this area that was more than about 50% full-time.
Okay,
Even when Jeremy Ranch was only 50% when I was there.
Hmm.
Something about that, you know. But, is that something we could actually get hard data on? Would that be something you guys from, for the county, or is that something we have to run down?
well, one of us could, sure.
We wanna know where we
'Cause I think
stand.
these days can figure that out pretty fast.
Well, the other thing we need to know what the trajectory of that is as well. That's not so easy to determine. But that has implications on roads, but it certainly has implications on our water. So if you look at, if you take a snapshot today and you took a snapshot 2 years ago, this is a startup town. I don't know how many times we've talked about that, but with a growth rate, we know what the growth rate is. The macroeconomic conditions change that, but we're probably back to where we're probably in the normal ratio from what I've seen. But in any case, there's gonna be some impact on some other things.
Yeah.
I don't know if the general plan will address that, but we better know, in relationship to the general plan, what those trajectories might be. And then if those trajectories change, what would the usage be at those various cutoff points? Because then town's responsible for providing services at all those levels. Let's say we're at 38%, we go to 60%. That would be an enormous shift. I'm not saying that's gonna happen. I'm just saying that both in the general plan and our long-term thinking, we need to capture that information and analysis.
Okay, well,
Does that make sense to you, John?
it does. As a matter of fact, it come up with a question right off the bat that might be interesting. I don't know if this would be something Gordon would do or not, but larger communities have to do a fairly extensive water element in their general plan now. And it's looking really at capacities, okay, and projected growth. It's actually not water quality, which I thought was odd, but anyway. It made me think when you're talking about the second home kind of folks, it'd be interesting to have a month by month
We do,
consumption.
we have consumption data.
Yeah, we got a lot of data now.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
just have to marry that data to growth rates and projections, but we
Yeah.
haven't done that.
Yeah.
But Gordon's gonna do that, I believe,
Okay.
in that.
Yes,
report.
the drinking water master plan that we're doing right now will meet whatever needs you're talking about. So you can insert it, or you can include it by reference, however you want to do that.
We want that trajectory, and Gordon, I've asked for that as a chart, and so we're gonna have to know this, whether they do it or we
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
We have to know that data,
Yeah.
and therefore we have part of our long-term plan will absolutely be intersected with that data.
Okay.
Does it make sense? 'Cause
Yeah.
it's now part of the general planning process in Utah as well.
Yeah. Hi, Gordon.
Hey, John.
Anyway, yeah, well, I was thinking, because I've just done one of these, a very simplified version for Ogden, and the main water usage is the summer, right, for all the lawns and everything. But it made me wonder, with population that is maybe coming to ski in the winter more than anything else, I don't know. Does that consumption go up in the winter more?
I think our summer landscape water.
Still pretty high.
Yeah, the summer-
Despite our xeriscape everywhere, it's still, I don't know, you've seen the data, I haven't seen the data.
The summer months
Summer
are,
seems like,
Supports.
I know, I use a lot more water in my house,
Yeah.
summer, trying to keep the plants alive.
But one thing we do have, and that's a side conversation, but Conservancy can get us 15%. Savings on our water, so that's something that I'm gonna be, at least in the next couple of months, that's top of mind in my thoughts. Working with Jordanelle Special Service District, I talked to Max Kobe, who's the general manager, and he's definitely into how we can build a joint plan around conservation, and that will deliver 15%. The other 15% in water that goes out the window is leakage. Don't know if we can control all that, but if we got 5 and 5 for both of those, that would give us 60 more acre feet of water, which is about $5 million worth of water. So we would be able to, that could bridge the gap. That's what we need to understand.
Okay, yeah, leakage is generally a problem. I would have thought your pipes were newer though, so that it's not that bad. But
we have a theft problem, we have a couple of problems.
you probably got some movement, soils and things like
Well,
that.
conservation is certainly any town can implement that.
Yeah.
And There's lots of programs out there that we can kind of jumpstart and mimic from.
Okay,
That's, anyway, keep
okay,
going.
great,
You done?
yeah, yeah, let's.
Step through, oh no, we got.
Okay, yep, and then we have another meeting where we get together with that vision as it comes together, okay, and let people take a look at it, see what they think. So, yeah,
I have a question, John. In this analysis, when you get to that point, you talk about the compromises that need to be made. Is there a cost analysis about that? Like, we could go down this route, but we cannot afford it. That's what I'm trying to understand, like, you're resource constrained by money, of course, and so. How much does the finances figure into the plan when it comes to these things, like choices have to be made? And you want this, I would too, I wanna do a lot of things, but we don't have the money, that kind of stuff.
yeah. It can go that far if you like it too. They don't always, a lot of times these are just aspirational, we want a town center, but we don't know how to pay for it.
Fair enough.
And then we figure it out. We tend to get that goal of the town center kind of thing and say, here's some ways those things could happen. As opposed to, let's just try and get that.
Yeah.
If one we're doing in Morgan City, Jake is actually designing parks and come up with a little rough cost for them. So can we do that? The answer is yes. Let's see how far we need to go.
Fair enough. Thank you.
One of the things that Ralph has alluded to, and I'd really like to see if you're gonna do any more surveying or questioning is, we know most people don't want any more residential development. But what's the trade-off there? Are they willing, if you don't want any more development, then we're gonna have to raise taxes. And so what's the trade-off there? Are people willing to pay X amount more to avoid more development? Are they willing to pay Y amount more? And at least in my mind, I understand people don't want more residential development, but when it starts costing you money, some of those answers may begin to change. And I'd love to understand that curve.
Those are the NIMBY answers I was alluding to earlier, so.
That if-
But asking the questions in the right way, as Ralph said earlier.
So if you're going down that road, I would love to know, what does that curve look like? Or another $10 in taxes, of course, people are gonna say no or residential. What if it's another 1,000 or 2? And I don't know what the numbers are, I don't have a clue. But at what point do people start saying, maybe a little more development wouldn't be so bad?
Yeah.
Well, residential development, as we know, doesn't bring any real revenue to the town. It's it's a net zero. But unless the developer is willing to bring additional amenities on top of the required amenities and use that as what I call fungible capital assets, which can be translated or transferred into cash. That cash assets then the town can use anything. We can build a community, we can put a down payment on a community center, buy some, whatever that might be, buy a park. But without that, to JD's point, we don't have the capital right now. We got like
do not.
bupkis on capital, so to speak. We got a $2 million budget roughly, which is consumed by the town. And so we don't have, there's not a lot of savings in there, so to speak.
Yeah,
And that comes from sales tax, that comes from other methodologies, but sales tax is a big item that Huber's got a lot of. I mean, compares to Heber, it's like 90 day, they got.
Yeah,
They got real commercial too.
Yeah, they have a downtown.
Absolutely.
And please know that they go after grants left and right, even with that situation they have.
Yeah,
So,
we're trying more, you're an example, John.
yes, we are, I guess we are.
Yeah.
Well, and now I think
And
about it.
we're also establishing TIFs, PIDs, CRAs, just like Heber has a CRA, as you know, I think, right?
They had trouble getting that accepted by the school district, I think it was, so the CRA didn't happen yet. They want one.
It's on the docket, I think.
Yeah.
It's because they have an agency established, I think.
Yeah, they've done everything they
They
can,
haven't worked
other
out.
than the taxes aren't flowing in, how's that?
Or flowing out, whatever.
Yeah,
Just the expenses.
but that is one of those things that we suggested in their general plan that they form a CRA,
Mhm.
to help the downtown and get the downtown fixed.
And that's just a vehicle for public-private partnership.
Yeah, it is.
So that's one of
Yeah.
other, so, if we had a developer who came in and said, I got all the money to do this, like LHM is doing in Richardson Flat, but they're not always easy to come by and say, hey, we can do that in Ross Creek as well. So, one's a little bit more sales process that we're going through, and one was, boy, that was manna from heaven that we got from that annexation in 2020, 2021.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Well,
Anyway, what do you have on the, when's the start process here?
we started. Actually, we're not even under contract yet with
Oh, we
Matt,
don't-
so, we're getting
You mean
closer.
we're not paying you any money then?
I don't know how we're working, whatever we're doing ahead of time. How's that?
Be prepared for that a while.
We like that kind of process.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I went down to Charleston and went to a sewer discussion for them, last week. Cause, I don't know if you're aware of that, but they have very permeable soils down that way near Deer Creek, which they call Crick. And, let's see, the mayor was corrected in the meeting, it's Deer Creek, and the mayor said, no, it's Deer Creek. So anyhow, but they have to have 5-acre lots down there. Because the soils are so permeable and they don't have a sewer system.
Oh, wow.
So we're gonna do a plan for them that says business as usual, or what happens if you have sewer?
Yeah.
So anyway,
Well, it's interesting. I'll tell you that if you look at Wasatch County, unincorporated, mountain zone is one house for 20 acres.
mhm,
Or one house for 1 acre.
yeah,
So so you really gotta look closely as, in terms of what we have
yeah,
versus, what the standard in the county is.
yeah, but you do have a sewer system.
We do.
We do have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
White the sewer system.
Okay, anyway,
Some people would say it might not be worth.
that was interesting. A packaged sewer system came up in that town the night I was there, so.
Huh.
Anyhow, this is, we're showing you about a 9-month process. Tentatively, we have an August 17th open house. Plan,
September 17th.
that would be correct.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I know we're on that call.
yeah, so. We'll be started very soon as we get under contract, I guess is the way to look at that, but, we're not always waiting for all that stuff to happen. So, let me just say, schedules are great, that looks wonderful. I can't remember very many plans that I've done where it actually held all the way through, okay? If you think about it, there's like months like this where half the people are gone anyway, right? So you don't have that meeting in July. If you go into November, December, it's tough to get people to show up. So, that's a nice theoretical schedule. That's what we put in for the grant proposal, actually. So, it could be done that fast. How's that? Okay. I think there's probably another couple questions. I'm gonna probably skip those. Let's go. Yeah, I had 3 questions, and these are ones we could just ask in those meetings. Which kind of gets at your NIMBYism thing, but biggest challenges today and biggest challenges tomorrow. We used to say, what do you like and what do you don't like questions, but we tried to, PC those up a little bit. Yeah, those are some of the things that we would do. And then we just talk about the other one, which is 20 years from now, what do you see? Sort of thing. What do you want to be known for? Okay. So you talked about some committees tonight. This would be another one. You had one previously. I don't know if you can regather those folks.
We have, and I don't know, this preceded Ralph taking over as interim mayor, but we have a general plan steering committee that had already been formed, so Thomas could comment on that, and I think you're aware of that.
We kind of have internal technical, the internal team, that is correct.
Right, so we've already gotten started on this. I remember, Mayor Rubin asked me to work on this before he resigned, and so we formed a committee already. So we have a general plan steering committee going. It has, the chairman of the planning commission, another planning commission member, Thomas, myself. Thomas, help me if I'm forgetting one. Yeah, it was a small steering committee. We didn't want it too big. And I think Ralph, you've been joining us in the last couple of calls,
I was on a couple, but,
but they were
Let's-
very specific.
yeah, John, I would ask you, you could look at what we have going, but maybe you can provide some input as to, is this effective? Could we make it more effective?
Well, our purpose of this steering committee was not to rewrite the general plan. This is a rewrite. Our purpose initially was to provide an addendum to the existing general plan so that we could clarify some items that are not being addressed, like what I mentioned earlier about commercial centers and perhaps some of the feedback you've already gathered from the Ross Creek surveys, and get that out now so it provides more effective guidance to the planning commission and to others who have development proposals coming at them. This is a rewrite. So what we were hoping to do was to get a quick addendum out to bridge the gap until such time as the rewrite could come.
Okay. So I can just tell you, usually the committees are a little bigger than that, okay?
This is just for the
Yeah,
addendum.
well, okay, and that maybe that's gonna be different. I'm not sure I'd recommend having something happening that's different than this at the same time.
But this is a full rewrite, right?
Yes,
Right, we're talking about just making some tweaks to the existing plan to shore it up until such time as we could rewrite it, because we didn't want to wait 9 months. And in this case, if you start in August, where the earliest we'll see this September, then, May, June next year.
yeah,
In the meantime, those pressures, those development proposals that are coming at the planning commission are still coming at the planning commission without the kind of guidance that I think they need from the general plan. So we were wanting to bridge that gap. And when I say steering committee, this was initially to put together, and Thomas is kind of on the hook for writing the initial draft. It would still go out for public input and, out in those workshops. It would be workshopped, but quickly, not waiting 9 months, because it's really just a minor change. An addendum, we're not going to rewrite it. So that's what we were hoping to do. Now, if that's misguided, what's your opinion? I think we struggle. When I say we, it's anybody who's faced with the questions of development proposals that are coming at them. Landowners, who are entitled to develop, and they always seem to be coming at us with an upzone. They want to put more stuff in than they're entitled to, current zoning. So, those questions are difficult, and juggling, what are we getting for what we're giving? And I think you were talking about that earlier, but we don't have the proper written guidance, I think, currently. That's why we were trying to do this. By now, we have a different mayor, so I don't know what our direction should be.
Well, I'm not for having multiple tracks on this, but, especially if it's just 9 months. I'd say that would be multiple resources working over in 2 different directions and maybe not accomplishing much. I don't know how much faster, Chris, can you get this out this month? Which week?
I'm waiting for Thomas, and yeah, as soon as Thomas can produce the initial draft and, we go through a review with the small committee, then I think it would go out for workshopping and public input, and then we'll tweak it.
This is the confusing part that I would have. Getting public input on one thing and then having the 9/17, which is a public meeting, right? Public
Yeah.
workshop.
Well, I wasn't aware of your.
I know,
And so this is news to me, that this is on the agenda, so.
I think there might be a way to maybe kind of merge these two, because I think that maybe John, you and I can get together and think about how to kind of merge these, but I don't think we want to maybe move forward with an addendum and the plan at the same time. I think that we could probably merge the two, and maybe the in-house steering committee becomes a bit of a technical committee, and maybe there's a larger general plan steering committee for the community that we look at.
I think we should sort of talk that through.
Yeah.
Because actually, Thomas, when that was being mentioned, I kept thinking, is there something going on with the ordinance too? The ordinance maybe isn't up to snuff for what you want to get. I don't know, and Thomas, I have no idea, so.
Actually, our ordinance was done in 2021. It's probably a little bit ahead of our general plan, to be honest.
Yeah, which is not a problem. I'm just saying, if there's trade-offs you want to accomplish, a lot of that stuff is in the ordinance, gotta be in there, not necessarily, it's nice to be reinforced with the general plan, but the ordinance, is where the rubber hits the road, and, if it's not doing what you want, it needs a tweak of some sort.
Anyone else on the council who'd like to add some thoughts and comments there?
Yeah, I'm a little confused by the parallel efforts. I'd like to see us find a way. It's a lot more efficient if you could merge it all into one.
I don't wanna do parallel effort, so
Okay,
I just need some guidance.
let us, let Thomas and I and Jake talk a little bit about that
Yeah.
and see if we can figure that out. And I need to understand how far you are too, so.
Just ask
we'll-
Thomas.
We'll
He
get
knows.
there. Okay. All right. So that's really the end of that. Okay, and it took a little longer than I thought it would, so that's good.
I'd say we're way off track right now, but John, thank you. And, you know, you guys are, it's great that we're partnering with you and you're partnering with us.
Yeah.
So that's a real plus and, you know, 9 months to me, happens, you know, overnight sometimes. I don't know about the rest of you, it just feels like, goes like that, so to
Yeah.
speak. So, my preference would be really well-organized thought around this.
Yeah.
And a unified approach. We're not spending money in multiple directions, I think is, for, you know, at odds across the way. That's my 2 cents. We're here to help you. We're here to provide you information and giving you all those feedbacks on what does Hideout look like in 5 years, 10 years, and, you know, what are our biggest challenges.
Yeah.
And maybe some of our homework would be actually doing that at an executive level. So feedback from all of us. You know, right off the bat, we get the planning commission, so we get some of the, call it town leadership. That will give some feedback to you in a short burst, so maybe that's a kickoff.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you, John?
It does,
We have to be careful, right?
yeah, a little bit. I was just thinking, I think Jan talked about maybe needing a strategic plan as part of this, sort of a more short-term discussion too. Does that sound familiar?
A general plan versus a strategic plan, I thought they were pretty much the same kind of things.
Well, strategic is more like it might be 3 to 5 years time frame. Like what are the priorities in the next 3 to 5 years? A lot of times we put those into the general plan, do sort of a longer term chart kind of a thing. But if there were a bunch of things that you all thought, and maybe the planning commission, we have a joint meeting or something, and that would help us, I think, with the land use chips too. So could be helpful.
Not discounting September 17th, maybe something in
Yeah.
the interim that we could move what we've gained so far.
Yeah.
In the plan that's been worked on, and then merge that into what you're doing.
Yeah.
And then get some additional feedback from the town leadership, so to speak.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah, okay, I'll let you guys work on that. So
Okay.
will you keep us updated on a monthly basis? I know we talked, but what's the cadence on that?
So we would basically follow that schedule that I showed you, and so that's month by month. You'll know what we're doing and what we're expecting to get some help from you all with. So,
That's good.
that's toward the end, actually, right there, yes.
So can you just, I'd like at some point, not now, clarification on the strategic plan versus the general plan. It sounds like short term versus longer term.
Yeah.
We definitely need that strategic plan. That's something that we're.
So, again, most of the plans that I've done, we've had a section that talks about priorities, okay, which essentially is the same as a strategic plan. It's like, here's the things you need to do in the next 2 to 3 years. Yeah. So
So that's incorporated in what you're doing, correct?
we can do that. Yes.
Doesn't cost us any more, John?
I'm sure it does, but we have a fixed price.
Send a statement of work.
Statement of
You know, what is it that you do to, cause you said there's no contract yet, right?
Yes,
Yeah, so in that contract, I'm calling it a statement of work.
I'm assuming you're gonna get a copy of that, but it's gonna have each town and what we're proposing. So. If that's.
Well,
what
we
you-
care about Hideout. I'm less interested in the other things.
So, and I've not, well, I've done one project, 2 projects with NAG before. I don't remember them separating out everything, but I also didn't do
Okay.
something where there were 4 towns.
But it sounds like we're having different plans. The 4 towns, we have different focuses.
Different approaches in each one, because as you said, each town's unique. Okay,
So it'll be spelled out for Hideout, the approach.
you'll have it, and it's pretty much in there, but, those, 3 steps you talked about, those are really the steps, so. That we're thinking about, okay?
Thanks, John. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you
Very
again.
informative for all of it. Okay. There is so I think what time are we at here?
7:36.
Yeah, so I want to also respect Chris, you want to leave, you have to leave at 8:30, so I can pull back the wildfire discussion. The notice of cancellation of primary election was just a notice, right?
2 seconds. I just want to make it publicly known that one of the council members that was running initially had dropped out. And so there will be no primary election. But we will have an election in November still. So that's all.
Thanks, Alicia.
You bet.
Okay, since we have Gordon on the line and he is gonna help lead us through the ordinance section here. I know we've been talking about this for a while, so let's flip to that. And get Gordon on the docket because Al is one of our larger consultants and certainly at the higher end of our scale. So Gordon, is this what you're gonna lead us through on any of the changes that were made and read here on this document?
Yes, please.
Am I in the right spot here? Current local street standard, which I know we've talked about multiple times. You've
Yes.
asked for some wording, so I'll turn it over to you at least at this point.
Great. Okay. The administration saw a need for some alternatives on local streets, and so the general plan steering committee convened a couple of times, and kind of coalesced around some ideas and some alternatives for local streets. And these are the criteria that they came up with and were forwarded with a positive recommendation and with these comments from the Planning Commission. So just to orient you, the figure at the top, that's the current local street standard. And so then we started looking at situations where, under certain criteria, maybe this cross section could be narrowed, and so the criteria we came up with were based on need or lack thereof, and so the criteria were, at what point do you actually need the parking? At what point do you need sidewalks? And so if you want to scroll down just a little bit so we can see those criteria a little better. That's good. And yeah, so the first one is parking can be eliminated if it doesn't front a residence. So the idea is that if residences are along the street, then additional parking could be needed. And if those residences are not there, then there's probably not a need for somebody to park there. And then there's an additional provision here that if the developer controls both sides of the street, then the developer can move that parking on one side or the other. They have to provide it, but just, they might be able to do it on the other side. So that says if residences are not on the opposite side of the street and the developer controls both sides of the street, parking for the residents on one side can be on the opposite side. A little bit confusing. But any questions about that criterion?
Yeah, Gordon, this is Chris. Why are we doing that? Because, I'm thinking about people backing out of their driveways and parking on the side of the street where the homes are versus parking on the other side of the street where the homes are not. And thus, backing out and backing into somebody's parked or something like that. Is there, what's the assumption of the road width for this? And is that below?
Yeah, so we can scroll down and see how these criteria would manifest themselves.
Okay, that'd be.
Yeah, Gordon, before we do that, I see your arrow such as commercial development or a trailhead. Does that follow the word pedestrians? Is that what you're suggesting there? Or couldn't make
Yes.
that out?
Yes.
Well, so that's
You answered the question.
so we're not there yet. We're still talking about item 1. What I planned to do was scroll down to the figure and talk about item 1, and then we could go back and
So
talk
you're
about
going
item
from
2.
item 1 to the figure. Is this the figure you want me to get to?
Yeah. So there would be
Yeah, no parking.
so there'd be 26 feet. It's just a matter of which side the parking is on. So that's still room for people to back out of driveways. To answer Councilmember Bear's question. Does that answer your question?
It does. And then is our assumption based on your diagram that the side of the parking, the side that has the parking also has a sidewalk?
Not necessarily. No.
Okay. I'm just looking at the diagram because they're in the alternate scenarios, it's possible the sidewalks are not necessary. And we're going to get to that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, could we scroll back up to the criteria, please, Mayor? Thank you. So, okay, are there any other questions for item 1? So moving on to item 2, now we're talking about the possibility of eliminating sidewalks. So sidewalk can be eliminated and snow can be placed in the public utility easements. If there's no potential destination for pedestrians, and the Planning Commission chose to use some examples here, if there's no potential destination for pedestrians, such as commercial development or a trailhead, so in other words, commercial development and trailheads, those are destinations for pedestrians. So you only eliminate the sidewalk if there's no place for pedestrians, no place that pedestrians would want to go. Item B, the street is a dead end with less than 13 residences and there's no potential for pedestrians. And this is applicable to both A and B. So the following C, D, and E apply to both A and B. The PUEs are designated on the plat as snow storage easements. So in other words, if we're going to do this, then the adjacent property owners must provide an easement for snow storage, or so that's an additional encumbrance that the city can push snow onto the front of their property in the same place where the public utility easement is. Item B, the street is a dead end with less than, whoops, sorry. um, D, the slope of the PUE on one side of the street side as determined by the city engineer does not exceed 2%, and that side of the street is designated as a public access easement, and that PUE is finished with 4 inches of road base. So in other words, and let's scroll down and we can see what we're talking about here. The one on the bottom there. So what we're saying is, you can put snow in the easement if you keep the slope flat enough for snow to be there, and we're not totally ignoring pedestrians. On one side of the street, we're still providing a place for pedestrians to go. It's just road base. So that's even if there's no destination, that there's still people live there. So there is some accommodation for pedestrian traffic, even in this low density type scenario. Okay, can we scroll back up, please? And item E, the slope of the public utility easement on the opposite side of the street doesn't exceed the 2% for the first 5 feet. And that's to provide a place for snow storage. Questions? Well, I will make one comment. So all of these criteria are objective based on need. You need a place for people to park, unless people don't live there and there won't be cars parking there. You need a place for pedestrians to go, unless there's no place for them to go. Those are all objective based on need. The one thing that's not so objective is this item B, 2B, dead end with less than 13 residences. That number 13 is subjective. Someone could argue, why not 12? Why not 14? And so, that I just mentioned that as an engineer, I really like objectivity. I like to be able to measure things. That one is not so much. Any other questions about this particular item, about providing for narrower streets under certain limited circumstances?
I do have a question. And that is, I live in Shoreline 1, and right below me is Shoreline Drive. And the sidewalk was taken out, and on the street, on Shoreline Drive, there are always people walking. And they are either A, just walking, or B, they're going to the mailbox. And they walk along the street to go to the mailbox, which is not, unless you consider that commercial, it's not a trailhead. And there are also, at any given time of day, there's people walking their dogs with no destination. They're just walking. So how do you account for all those people that are still walking?
Well, Carol, this is a dead end we're talking about. But rather than thinking of your street, which wouldn't meet this criteria, your street wouldn't meet this criteria. Your street would still need to have sidewalks and be, if we were to do your street again from scratch, which of course we can't.
I'm not talking about my street. I'm talking about the street below me.
Okay, that one too. That's a through road, so that wouldn't meet the criteria either.
So this is
you have to
only
think of like Forevermore Court.
Okay.
It perfectly fits into here actually, because we have 12 lots. We used to have 13, but one got combined. And there is no destination. If there was a park at the end of the road, then that wouldn't qualify either, but there is no park at the end of the road. It's just houses. We don't get a lot of traffic. Of all the roads that you might be walking your dog in or going This one is quote unquote the safest because there's very little traffic. It's a
Right.
dead end.
Right.
And so that's really, I think, where we're going with this, is just to make some tweaks to the standard, which is dramatically different from what we have now as our built condition. And to try to accommodate things like this, like if you, my street, for example, Forevermore Court, if we had to have sidewalks on both sides, it's be wide and, you know, nice and all, but it might be overkill for something like that. And I think that's the intent here, is to just allow an alternative minimum for only under specific circumstances. And I'm trying to think of what other roads which would be applicable to. Is there anything in Rustler that has only 13? You know, is that the right number
Well, I think this was designed for,
to avoid the?
for the applicant, that proposal. And that, I think, is to Gordon's point. There is no hard, it doesn't fall into standard engineering criteria, so to speak. And I think that's certainly makes sense. It's interesting. I didn't know there were 13 places.
It perfectly fits for
Yeah,
everyone.
that's an interesting
Well, so we-
product of this.
Yes.
But yeah, I think this was done for other purposes. But did you get your question
Yes,
answered,
yeah.
Carol? Are there any other?
So I would emphasize that this is a general standard, and it's the intent is to apply to the entire town, and that no particular project it's not done for a particular project.
Yeah, well, actually, Chris just brought up an example that's already pre-existing, so it corroborates with the standards to some strange connected way.
Do you think if we adopted this, it would encourage developers to start planning these small little cul-de-sacs like this, so they wouldn't have to, so they'd have more room to put? I mean, do you think there'll be an impact on, you know, the designs that they have, that there'll be some little, you know, communities like that? Is that our intent? Try to encourage that?
I don't think so, but
You don't think so?
yeah, I think developers develop based upon, the highest and best uses of the property and how they can make the most money.
Mhm.
And 13 may be way too low for them from a home standpoint. So from a density standpoint, I think, I don't know if they'd ever even look at this unless they had like a side road going somewhere that they had nothing that they couldn't connect to, so.
I think Gordon says this is fairly arbitrary, the number 13, it's not really, it's something, if we were to adopt this tonight, we could always change. If we found 13 was the wrong number, we
Yeah,
could change
to
it.
make it 15
Better.
or.
All legislation is somewhat
It's
arbitrary.
best
at some
guess
point.
at the time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm kind of curious under 2B. I know what a destination is, but I'm not sure I know what a potential destination is. I'm wondering if we should just take out the word potential and adopt it otherwise as is, because potential, I could come up with, 27 different potentialities for a given situation. And I think that just opens up arguments that are not quite specious, but let's say remote in nature. Let's just take out the word potential. So I would make the motion that we revise this to remove the word potential from paragraph 2B as in boy.
I think, and I can like Gordon to speak to this, but I think the idea is that the destination might not be built
Mhm.
when the plans are being approved or when the road has to go
Then we
in.
could say, with no actual or planned destination, something of that nature, if that's a concern. I'd be fine either way.
You don't like the word potential.
I don't, it just.
I thought the word had great potential, and you're just killing it.
I think it has great potential for controversy. So I'd like to avoid.
So what were the other words you were?
I would suggest that either delete potential or in the alternative, no actual or planned destination.
Is actual current or planned?
Well, any actual, meaning there isn't one there now, or plan, meaning there isn't one on the books, as part of the plan that may be in a later phase or something of that nature.
What is?
So I would just, so it's obviously it's a legal, this is strictly a legal thing. The word potential gives the town more latitude. And so in the absence of that kind of latitude, then I would favor the your actual or planned language.
I'm fine with that. I'll revise my motion to say, in paragraph 2B, we revise it to read, there is no actual or planned destination for pedestrians.
So if you could hold that motion, because we've got more standards to talk about, and so we probably ought to just do one motion for all of them.
Hey, Gordon, Thomas, could I just jump in real quickly for clarification? Where you have the road base up there, that could be compacted crushed granite, compacted gravel, et cetera, to kind of match the existing paths we have in town, right?
Well, I don't know, because I'd need a specification for that. So we don't have, there's no engineering specification for that. And so if you want to do that, Thomas, then we'll have to put some language in there to defer to staff to come up with that. I don't want to have to bring all this back just because we don't have a specification for it tonight.
I could provide a clarification, but it would just essentially be road base with maybe crushed granite, like 3 inches, 2 inches. That's typical of what we have in most of Hideout Canyon.
So that's fine, but I don't think that's good enough for an engineering specification tonight. So if we include that, I'd just like the council to give staff the latitude to do that, to accomplish the spirit of what you're trying to accomplish.
And that spirit is being able to walk on it, Gordon. Like I'm thinking of, what about River Rock, or what about, I don't know, some other
Big
type
rocks.
of, yeah, something else that's rock-like.
Amenable to pedestrian traffic
But we're looking for people can walk on it, right?
or ride a bike, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, so I just that's fine. Thomas and I can work through that. I just would hope in your motion tonight that you just give us the latitude to do that, rather than bringing all this back, or bringing just this one back just for the sake of a material specification.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's also aesthetic, right? It's something we want to, if we're adopting it everywhere.
Yeah, so I can just, if you'd give me the latitude to work with Thomas on that.
Yep, okay. I'm fine with that. Give him a chance to come up with.
So, Councilman Gunn, can you hold on to your motion while we consider the rest of these standards?
Whatever's easiest.
I think it would be. Mayor, I think we're ready to move on.
Tell me where you want to go, Gordon.
Let's just keep scrolling. Okay, so this, scroll down, let's just see what the name of this drawing is. So we're just amending, revising drawing ST5, and I'm just changing the radii around the street corners of a local street to 28 feet instead of 25, which makes it consistent with the fire code. And this is pretty important because the narrower the streets are, then the more important the curb radius is. If you have a narrow street and a small curve radius, then it makes it tough for garbage trucks or fire trucks or whatever to negotiate those. So anyway, 28, that's consistent with the fire code. And so that's what we're proposing. Any questions about that?
No.
Next one, please. All right, so this is same idea, both systems. We've got the drinking water system and the sanitary sewer system. And this is just a provision in the standards to give the town the power to enforce the situation to prohibit duplicate services on one parcel. So for security, mainly for security purposes, we don't want more than one service, drinking water or sewer service, to one lot. And usually the way this manifests itself is in a lot consolidation situation where somebody buys two adjacent lots and they want to merge them together and have a larger lot. Well, it was developed like that, so there are service laterals. There's a set of service laterals for each lot. Well, when they consolidate it, then you've got duplicates, and we're just saying if that situation comes along, then this standard will allow the town to say, well, if you're going to do that, you need to abandon a couple of those so that we don't have a drinking water service hanging out there in limbo that somebody forgets about, and there's potential for an illegitimate connection to it. That's the purpose of these two provisions. Any questions about these?
I do. I'm a little concerned we're making this very unnecessarily expensive. If you buy two lots and there's already two laterals, two water, two sewer, isn't it necessary to close part of the road, dig up the road, dig down to the water line, turn off the water line, plug the water line, fill all the dirt back in, patch the asphalt, and this is all going to be at the owner's cost, and then the town's going to eat the cost of maintaining that patch in the future? Isn't there some other way of doing this, like, plugging the water line and sinking it in cement or something? There's got to be a less disruptive and less expensive way to do this.
So we've already considered that. If Mayor, if you could zoom in on these paragraphs, I've already considered that to try to disable these laterals at the least expense possible. So let's look at the water one first. No, stay on the paragraphs, please. Okay, yeah. So just stay right there, please. So on the first one, it's saying the way that's done is to remove the corp stop at the water main and plugging the tapping saddle. So this is a relatively small hole where you go down and you find the connection to the water main and you disable it there. So this, so that's the extent of that.
That still requires partial road closure, excavation, turning off the water, right? We still got to go through all this, that the homeowner's going to have to eat all that, and then the town has to maintain the patch. And my concern is, can't you just, plug the water line and stick it in a yard of cement underground or something? There's got to be a cheaper way and less inconvenient way to do this. Because I agree with you, we don't want multiple services, running into a single lot. But there's got to be a less expensive, less costly way to do this for both the owner and the town itself.
This is standard practice. You'll find this practice. This is what JSSD is doing all over JSSD. I've been in other jurisdictions where they have them cut the road and tear out the entire lateral. So this is standard practice, and I would view that if somebody wants to merge a couple of lots, well, that's kind of the cost of doing business.
Well, it's easy to say when it's not your money.
Well, I think we should not. We've been pretty liberal about letting lot combinations happen here. Maybe we shouldn't be doing so many of them. The other thing is, Gordon, would this be subject to some kind of inspection? Can you answer that, or is that a building department question?
No, there are engineering standards to do this, and there's a standard for digging the hole and restoring the pavement, and
And there'd be some kind of inspection to make sure the person doing this did it correctly, properly. So, for example, we don't have any leakage. If you,
Yeah, they'd have to pull a permit to do that.
okay, they pull a permit, great, that's the question, and then there'd be an inspection involved.
Okay, so as far as sewer is concerned, this one is easier. So with the sewer, they're just capping it at the edge of the right of way and surrounding it with concrete.
And why can't that be done with the water line?
Because he said the standard practice is to do the removing the corpse stuff.
I heard that, but my question is, why can't you do that with the water line? If it's good enough for the sewer line, why not the water line? Is there some reason why that's technically not feasible?
I can bring this one back, Councilman, and I can do that research.
Okay. I just don't want to be raising the costs. It's already expensive enough to develop here. I don't want to make it worse for people. And then I don't want the town to have to eat the cost of of maintaining the patch as we go forward.
I've already addressed the question about the patch.
It's just a small pad. You know, I'm not overly concerned about burdening with the property owner to do this. They're the ones who asked for the lot combination. They're
Well-
saving tax money by only having one lot instead of two. And, you know, they're getting to, perhaps, depending on where they are with their HOA, they may be building a larger.
Well, I guess I would propose to leave it as is and take direction from all of the council.
Well, I guess you have to shut off the water to do this, right?
In some cases, the water's not on yet. This is so early in construction.
Correct.
So, yes or no?
It's not on yet. This is a lateral that's sitting unused.
Other comments?
No, I'm glad we're doing this. And these are loose ends we need to tie up.
So, by the way, the reason this is on here is because the lot consolidation came before us and I didn't have the tools. And so now you got a lot out there that's got duplicate services that will be left unaccounted for, and they're a security problem.
I would be on my street.
That's a lot, that's, yeah, a lot.
Yeah, Sherry's.
No, I think it's necessary. I'm just trying to figure out the most economical way to do this. Because if you have to shut off the water, you inconvenience the whole community.
You don't have to shut off the water, and that's what I thought I did with where we are. You're not going to find that practice anywhere else in any other city.
And then you have to dig up the road, so you have to inconvenience some of the residents by blocking the area of excavation. But I've said my piece. I don't need to be repetitive.
Are there any other questions, or can we move on?
I just want to say I'm okay as is. I know I recognize your concern, but I'm okay leaving it as is. I think this is an important thing to adopt now. We have to tweak it in the future. We will.
And again, I reiterate, this is exactly what JSSD is doing throughout their jurisdiction.
With this kind of wording, or that's just their approach, Gordon? Is that what you're saying there?
This is exactly what they're doing.
All right, let's move on.
Actually, they don't have a standard for it. They're requiring it without a standard, and I didn't do that because of the lack of legal basis to do it. They're doing it, and I guess they're succeeding because people are doing it without fighting them. Is it possible to turn this
Yeah.
landscape? Oh, wonderful. Okay, so we've got two things going on here. Well, I guess three things. So that first comment there, right now it just says properly prepared subgrade, and I'm further defining what that means. Proper preparation of the subgrade. It means doing it according to the geotechnical report and having it tested according to the APWA standard. Yeah, so that's what that is. Now, if we could move to down to the table a little bit. All right, so I deleted mountain and arterial because we don't have those streets in the engineering standards right now. The streets that are in there, the local minor collector and the major collector, that's the only kind of streets we have. And these changes where you see the SP 3/8 and the SP 1/2 and ND 50 ND, this doesn't change the specification at all. It's something that's happened in the pavement industry where they're referencing it by a different testing method. So it used to be, they used to be referenced by what was called the Marshall method. And that was a method that was developed by, guess what? A guy named Marshall. And, so since then, the industry has evolved and they're using a different approach, and they call it super pave. And you end up with basically the same thing, but it's a new way of specifying it. So that's not really a change. The substantive change here is on the local line where it's changed to 4 inches instead of 3 inches. And I guess the best example we see of this is in the geotechnical report for shoreline phase 2 that came along last fall. Their geotechnical report specified the 4 inches, and 3 inches is okay if you have no construction traffic. But what happens is the first thing that goes in is the street, and then you proceed to have all of this construction traffic as all of the homes are built, and that compromises the life of the pavement significantly. And so, and then in consultation with a pavement specialist, his name's Tim Beals. He's a recognized expert in the state. So I'm recommending we to go to the 4-on-8 instead of the 3-on-8. And then if you want to scroll down a little bit to those notes. Yeah, these are just some minor changes, more specificity to the specification. And then on item 3, it's mentioned. So I'm just bringing it forward rather than referring to the APWA specification, where this is buried, this 15% reclaimed asphalt pavement. I'm just bringing it forward and saying this is what it is. So reclaimed asphalt pavement, if you've ever been, well, you all have been, it's whether you've noticed or not. For example, maybe the point of the mountain between Salt Lake Valley and Utah Valley, there's the Geneva Rock pits there. And you might have noticed some big black piles. Those are piles that when they rebuild a street and they grind off the existing pavement, well, they take that back and they recycle it. They put that pavement, they cook that back into the asphalt that they're making. And so this specification just says you can only use a maximum 15% of that material. Are there any other questions about the revisions to ST6?
Well, I like the 4 inch versus the 3 inch. Do we know what? Do we have any idea what the cost factor is in there? Is that really, is that a 33% more increase in their cost on the local side?
Yes, it costs more. And it's an impact. It costs more. That's what it costs to build a street correctly. You don't
And we
do
know-
this, the town is going to be paying for it.
Yeah, and we know, we've seen the, like, shoreline, you know. I don't know what the standard was that was built in, but it had to be repaved, completely repaved, and we've seen that so many times
Yeah.
here.
The other side is, I think we have trucks that exceed their weight limits, and we don't do any compliance on the actual vehicles that are causing the damage. And I'll talk about this next meeting, but I've already got, we're talking about, you know, a much better compliance system in Hideout for multiple things, parking, and this kind of thing. So hopefully we'll get some better results. You know, compliance and collection is critical, but all right, 4 inches, so it will cost more for the developers, so but it's probably the right thing to do. Any other comments? Thoughts? Keep going, Gordon.
Scroll down, please. Okay, now if you could switch that back to portrait.
You at the right spot?
Yeah. Yes, so this is just to, I was 1 foot off in maintaining perfect compliance with the state standard of maximum local street width. I was off by a foot, so changing it. Any
Simple
questions
math
about
error.
that? What was that?
Simple math error, right?
It wasn't math. I just I was using 54 was a more convenient number. So it is what it is. Any other questions about this one?
No.
Next one, please. Okay, so yeah, right there. So we already had 12%. There's an allowance in the standard for the slope of a street to go up to 12% for a short distance. In this case, not exceeding 500 feet. That was already there, and I just wanted to add, because this is really all of this is driven by the fire code. When you get to all of these minimums, they're all driven by the fire code, and so I'm just adding, pursuant to the fire code, exactly what it says in the fire code, that the 12% for a short distance like this has got to be approved by the fire district. We can move on. I don't think there should be any questions about that. And there we are. That's it. And maybe everybody is still awake.
Well, that last part put us to sleep, Gordon, so you're gonna have to deliver some coffee here pretty soon. We probably need to have a break right after this. So since this is a public hearing, well, first of all, any other comments on council? Looks like a no, so let's open this up to the public input at this point. Anyone? Brian's got a question.
Yeah, not a question. I just want to say, I think Gordon's done a tremendous job on this. And it was a long time coming, and I'm really glad to see it. So I'm all in favor. Hey, hey.
Gordon, did you hear that? Anyone else, Alicia, anyone else, go? Well, I think this is a small group. How about anyone online? Do we see any hands there? Star six. Touch the hand icon and it's *6 and *9 on the phone. Okay, sounds like, no further comments. Close the public input and we can go to a vote on the council. So, anyone who wants to make a
I'll
motion?
make the motion.
Well, actually, point of order, do we want, does the council want to amend the language to add actual or planned destination? Because we should probably vote on that first before we vote on the whole ordinance.
Well, should we include that in the motion or have a separate motion on that?
Yeah. My thought is, I'll make the motion to amend that section 2B, like boy, to read actual or planned destination, pulling out the word potential.
Is there a second?
And that fails then.
Second.
Okay, you got a second.
Okay.
So we have, there was a slow second.
That was a very slow, no question, very slow second, yeah.
Okay, there was a motion and a second, so, Chris,
No, the reason is I just like to give us the option to, be flexible.
Carol,
I'll vote yes.
JD,
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
so motion carries 3-1. Given that, is there now a motion for the approval of ordinance 2025 for the entire specification and drawings manual, changes?
I'll move to adopt it.
Carol moves,
Second,
for seconds. JD,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Chris,
yes,
Carol,
Yes.
that carries 4-0. So, both move forward with the wording changes that Jonathan suggested. And,
Mayor, could
We-
I just clarify that also allows us to correct that one specification? Is that in there?
Oh, yeah, that would be needed to be added to that motion, please.
well, the motion was, with the, well, maybe it wasn't.
It
Was the
wasn't.
motion with the
it
corrected?
wasn't with the correction and we.
So do we want to, would you like to re-motion that, Carol, and say?
How about this?
Well, I would just recommend that the motion be amended to give staff the latitude to create a specification for the material in the PUE for a walkway.
I'd propose a different alternative. Gordon, why don't you come back next meeting and propose an amendment to what we just passed?
That sounds good.
And that way, it's a lot
And we
cleaner, I
can
think.
fix everything at the same time.
Yeah.
Let's do that. I like that.
Yeah, because I think we just passed that ordinance.
Let's just.
If we want to amend it to add those specifications, that's easy to do next month.
And that's a big that's a little bit wider, discussion anyway. So, okay, so, we will put on the agenda for the next meeting that we will, offer an amendment. And with the wordings that Gordon's gonna come forward with.
Gordon, the times agreed to.
Alicia, did you get that?
Yes.
Okay,
I don't know.
I'm not sure I got it.
Following it.
No, amend our newly amended statute.
So we are at 8. And I'm gonna lobby for a 5-minute break.
Mayor, I mentioned I have to
Oh, she has
physically
to leave.
disappear at
Well, we're not gonna get through the next session, but, so Chris, I would say if you're gonna leave at 8:30, you can leave at 8:25 and then jump back in.
Okay.
I think this is a good break point, because this is gonna take at least, I see this as at least 20 to 25 minutes.
Next item.
Yeah, because they're really 3 items together. It's not one item. It is 8, 9, 10, and 11. They all go together. So yeah, I'd say let's break right now.
5 minutes?
Let's get back at 8:30. Okay.
Amen.
Actually, just admitted Chris, so she's gave her a few minutes to get home and log in,
As
so
soon as you tell me
good timing.
it's official, then.
Okay, I would just say Chris is on now as a remote attendee. Okay, so I think we're on number 9, I'm sorry, number 8, 8, 9, 10, and 11 kind of flow into one another. This is a discussion on amending sections of the Hideout Code regarding planning commissioners' qualifications, training, compensation, and removal. And so this is more, the first item is discussion. And I know we've now had multiple, Polly, did you make any last minute changes reflecting of what Mr. Rudder sent us at the last
No,
minute?
I made changes based on what planning commissioner or planning chair Tony gave me. And I think that addresses the same issues that Mr. Rudder brought up, which was what the council.
That there was no out for part-time residents, right? I think.
Well, originally how it had been drafted was to include part-time because that's what you guys had before. Well, before you didn't have any residency requirement.
Right,
And so I wasn't sure, so I just drafted some language. So now the new language that's up there talks about that you have to be a full-time resident, and if you're no longer a full-time resident, then you can't be on the planning commission.
so what we wanted to accomplish on this was several things. One is to mimic the fact that a planning commissioner should have the same requirements as a town council person. And we had issues with this, a number of years ago when we only had, 150, 200 residents, voting residents. Now we have 598 or 592. So we've tripled roughly. And personally, we had some issues when we had non-full-time residents that were voting to some extent for their own interest, and they weren't even living in town. So that was one issue that would be resolved by this. Another issue, so when I was on the planning commission and when I first got appointed as vice chairman, it was law in the state that everyone had to attend a class in the first, I forget, it may have been 30 or 60, but whatever, right away. And we took the class with the lady who was mentioned here.
Meg Ryan.
Yeah, Meg Ryan.
Yeah.
Exactly. So she teaches for ULCT, and myself and Sarah and Jerry Dwinell and Kurt Shadle. I don't know if everybody remembers their names, but we all went to the same class and we all got educated and we got granted. I had previous experience, but Utah's different than New Jersey.
Right.
So
By a lot.
by a lot, yeah, exactly. Right.
Many differences.
So I said, I'm thinking, as we went through this issue and, Brad was part of it, so to speak, and I'm going, I said, what? Well, they changed the law in Utah after we were planning commissioners, the 4 of us. And class 5 towns with under 5,000 residents no longer had to have their planning commissioners go to a class. So I said, well, that makes no sense. How do you know anything? Then it's up to Tony or myself or the planning commission next to you, but nobody's taken any training. So that was item number 2. And then, the next piece is, proof of completion, which you typically get, and then ongoing training. So I think that was really the essence of that piece, which I firmly believe, forget that we're a class 5 town under 5,000 people and get some decent training. And so folks like Brad can go in and get some proper, jump starting on what Utah really requires. So that was that big piece. The other piece that we added here was around removal, and we made it more consistent with the words we have around town council, again, more consistent with planning commission and town council. You miss more than 2, you may may be called before the town council and asked to resign or being removed for cause by the council. So adding in that gives a little bit more more power, credence to the, you gotta attend meetings because I don't know how you can be effective if you don't attend meetings, period. So, I mean, in the business world, you miss 2 meetings and probably be subject to dismissal, so I know government's different. And then we'll talk about compensation and that being what we're proposing on council for planning commissioners. It would be $100 for every official meeting that they attend. If they don't attend, you don't get the $100. I'm sorry, $50. $50. The planning commissioner gets the $100. So.
Sure.
The chair of the planning commission. Thank you for that correction. So that was the essence of that, to put a little bit more incentive to attend the meeting, although I don't know if you got, if you're not gonna attend, you're not gonna attend for whatever reason, but at least there's something in here for, hey, I attended, and I can apply for the $50 or $100. So that was the essence of those 4 items and why we kind of wordsmithed this particular item. So I'll open up to any questions on the council, because this is not a public hearing, but any thoughts on the council?
Just do all the planning commissioners, are they aware of it?
I don't know if Tony, certainly I've had conversations with Tony on this. I don't know if all the planning commissioners are aware.
Yeah. It was brought up in our last work session.
It was brought
Yeah,
up,
it was brought up.
okay.
All the points about
Yeah,
training.
we needed to get
I mean,
training.
I'm sure the incentive part, I'm sure everybody.
Yeah.
is not gonna-
They were doctor.
I don't think they're gonna be concerned about that. But the training piece within 60
Yes,
days,
yeah.
everybody thought, any
I think it was,
dissension?
when we talked about it, it was 1 hour, not 2 hours that we've got now.
Yes, initially, so it's 4 hours for the year, but initially I had drafted it to be 1 hour to occur within the next 60 days. So that for the existing planning commissioners to.
I don't know what you get out of 1 hour, Colin.
Well, I just was trying to put a placeholder in there and then the feedback I got was make it 2 hours. So that's why there's a little bit of, but it's 4 hours over a year. Right? So the 2
Yes.
hours was just, hey, this is coming down, so you just plan ahead. But short, so what you guys have directed and now what it reads is 2 hours over 60 days. And one other change that I sent
The
it,
classes, that you take though
Are,
are longer than.
there are 3 or 4,
Yeah.
because when I first went on planning commission, I took it down in Provo. And, it's offered a lot, and I
It's offered
believe,
every month,
right.
maybe every
It-
week.
It was Utah League of Cities and Town, I think,
Exactly.
that did it. And I know it went at least from 8 until noon. I mean, it's a long
Yeah,
session.
so
we
it
had
should
lunch.
be easy.
Yeah,
It should be easy to fulfill. I was just trying to be sensitive to a planning commissioner who just hears about this and, needs to carve out maybe, I just was trying to be sensitive, but based on what I heard last month and what I heard from the feedback was 2 hours in 60 days. But of course, if you guys wanna and the same for a new member also has to do at least 2 hours in the first.
Yeah, from what I understand, no one on the planning commission, what I talked to Tony, is taken, even he hasn't. So, we have a planning commission that's never taken any of this.
Oh, my gosh.
I know, I was like shocked.
That's interesting, because Phil said to me, I mean, when Phil was mayor, he said.
Gotta take this class.
He didn't say I had to, he said, I strongly recommend that you take this class, and.
But that was a state law though, at that point as well.
Well,
At least when I was here, when I took it, it was state law.
it would have been 2020.
I took it in 2017.
Yeah,
So
so maybe it
I was
changed.
3 years before you.
And
I don't know when it was.
It was well worth it. It was
But you know
very-
what,
So do you
I
wanna
I'd like
change
to
the
move on this and you just this is a starting point. We can always amend later. But, and maybe you can't take a 2 hour, maybe there are no 1 hour,
Yeah,
2 hour.
it sounds like,
classes.
I'd start with just like, or just put the language in like, most likely 4 hours of your time, you know, in one single session is your minimum. What you gotta do, right?
Yeah, but I
Well, the
want to,
state
since
code-
Tony's not here, I would want to get his input. So I would say, without his further input, let's work on this. And I think, did you talk to Tony on this item and say he was okay with this wording?
Yeah, I emailed with him today. And so I checked with him. He said he wasn't able to attend tonight. But he said that he thought, first of all, the residency within the town was fine, that there was enough of a pool. He said for this one, he said 2 hours in the first 60 days. And, he was okay with the third, requiring the removal process. And one other thing that I noticed in the draft I sent him, I had a comment that somehow didn't get into this version where, so I actually looked because you had asked, the council had asked, or Mayor, you had asked last month about, well, where, like, how do you know how many, what's being offered? So I looked on the Utah League, because the state code requires Utah League or their approved courses. And I looked on their website. I don't know if they've changed their website, but I couldn't find anything. I remember used to be able to find them. So what I did was, I would suggest that we say either training offered by Utah League of Cities or Town, or a list of training courses selected which matches the state, or the Utah Land Use Institute, or the Land Use Academy of Utah. Those are all very reputable. And that email, I think I copied you, Mayor, in, but it was just a comment, so maybe you didn't see it, but there were links to those.
I think I remember some of what I would call alternatives, right?
Yeah, and those are all very reputable. Meg Ryan is involved with, I think, the land use. She's the luau one, the Utah Land Use Institute. They have all sorts of stuff online that you can just click on and watch at any point. I think the in-person ones are very valuable, but they tend to be more seasonal. Like, there's not really a lot during the summertime, I think, because I think a lot of people aren't around.
Yeah,
It was cool.
is that what you found, Brad?
It was, yeah, in fact, the Utah Land Use Conference is in October. Like 21st, 22nd, or whatever, Sandy this year.
Yeah, and that one is not as helpful for planning commission. That one's a great conference. I highly recommend going. But it's not the nuts and bolts. They do something where it's like a 4 hour nuts and bolts. So you're a planning commissioner. This is what, you need. So I would suggest that we also allow for people to take training off of those other two. And then I can give the links to Alicia and Kathleen, and then when someone is appointed, they can, or, we can send that out to everyone.
Yeah, I just didn't know when you watch one of the seminars on how I'm gonna get proof back to you that I did that, is there a test at the end, do I get a certificate or something like that, what is that proof that I went ahead and did that? complete that
Certificate
training?
of completion at the end
Yeah.
for most of these courses.
They don't always,
Well, you
Would
would
you say
want,
proof
you
of
probably
completion?
want something,
you can
otherwise.
do
how-
a screenshot showing, I think we trust the planning commissioners that this is important, they're not gonna.
Yeah.
There's a certain level of trust there, but you could maybe just send a screenshot of a portion of it or something like that, I don't know, picture of it. You wanna show proof?
Yeah.
If they don't have the.
If they don't have the proof, that's, I just didn't know if they did.
Some of them don't seem to, some of
Yeah.
them are just videos.
Maybe email them and see if the guy even prove that I took this, it's like,
There's a 4 hour video, they watch the
you
video.
watching, you talk about planning stuff, exactly.
The one thing about videos versus being in person, I think, in general, the value in being in person is always more. And two, you can watch a video you can take a course online and then many of my colleagues do. They just answer the questions at the end.
Yeah.
They go right to the end and say, oh, I know all this stuff, so.
Way too
And I don't think that's the value of what we're trying to get here. We're trying to get people to share, understand, ask questions. And I'm sorry, I don't think some of the online stuff serves that purpose. I'm not gonna push this. So I'm gonna ask for other comments and, that's my 2 cents, that's all.
So we're confident that Tony has blessed this and said he's good with it? Would that be accurate?
Yes, I sent him, and the mayor is the one who spoke to him, I think, in person, right?
I did speak to him on Tuesday, 2 days ago, and we didn't speak in depth on the training. What we did do was the other 3 items we spoke about, residency requirements, etc. Not so much on the training. The training wrinkles are coming up now, but I'm not gonna, I'd rather see something that to establish a basis for training. By the way, I don't distrust any of our planning commissioners at all. But, how do they verify that they were actually took a class? If it's just watch a video, so that's gonna make it difficult for Alicia to say, oh, did you comply or didn't?
Well,
you
I would look into each one of these programs and see if the certification, just, prior to anyone investing time in it.
Me too, I would do
Yeah.
the same, like, if I'm gonna invest my time, do I get a
Yeah.
certificate?
Give them a little
Perhaps
for the effort.
Oh, maybe we had certificated class.
Perhaps we reach out to the providers and say, hey, which of your courses in this subject matter offer certificates of completion? And we recommend people take those that have a certificate of completion so they can file with Alicia.
I don't,
Polly, why don't we just add one word, that it's certificated?
so I would recommend, there are 2 main fantastic groups that provide these. I have not asked them if they're certified, but I would hate to disqualify I'm not saying they're very sophisticated and they have these great websites and they have a lot of content on them. But I don't, it's like 3 people doing these trainings, right? Like it's, Meg Ryan does these, they tape them and there are conferences and they put them up. So sure, you could send them an email and you could just ask them if if this is certified, and they'll say, yeah, this is good content. But I'd hate for you not to be able to access very specific, there's 2 groups that do it in Utah and the league, so maybe 3. I would hate for you not to be able to tie into them because they don't give you a piece of paper.
Can I
Yeah,
make a
Alicia, go ahead.
suggestion? What about if we just had like a notarized statement or something that said, I watched this video on this date? Da, 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 something simple as
Yeah,
that.
that I testify that,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
I spent 2 hours and I'm listening to the.
Yeah.
Fine,
What about that?
I'm good with that. I don't know, Polly.
I'm fine with it. I don't even know that you need that formality, but you guys seem to want that, so that's your
Well,
prerogative.
I would say one commissioner might say, well, did you really take the class to another commissioner? And they could say, I did, but they didn't, so I don't think that's fair from one person to another. That's my 2 cents. Again.
Yeah.
I guess my 2 cents is, I can't imagine if they're good planning commissioners, they wouldn't want to take the course.
Yeah.
I was absolutely thrilled that I was able to take the course because I needed it. So.
And I was planning commissioner in another town previously. And I said, I don't know enough about Utah to understand.
Right.
And I said, this makes sense to me. And
Yeah.
by the way, then the other part in person is you get a few people together and you kind of share ideas. Anyway, that was where I'm going. Let's make this simple. Move ahead. You want to do note, I sign off and say, I took this class, and maybe it's just an email, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever, it's fully up to you.
I'm good with that. An email, I took the class.
If we have a problem, we can fix it later.
Yeah, and I can't imagine people, not being honest on that. Any other comments? Chris is now, I think, joined as well. Maybe she has some comments at all. I don't hear anything, so, we are at number 9, public hearing for discussion possible approval regarding setting the compensation, which we had just talked about regarding, not only planning commissioners, but is it, I think everything is in this, this is elected.
Well, do you wanna make a motion? We have an
Right,
ordinance.
we have an ordinance.
Do you guys wanna approve the ordinance in front of you?
I move.
Wait a second. We're talking about number 9, right?
We were on number 8.
We're doing
Right.
number
Planning
8.
commissioner compensation.
Oh, okay, you know what, we didn't have, that's right, it's up to us, I was looking for the public hearing piece, so.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I apologize,
okay.
so, motion, Carol
I
makes
make a motion that we
there a
adopt this
second?
ordinance.
Is there a second?
Second.
Jonathan,
Knowing that Tony likes it, yes.
Chris,
I just need you to repeat the motion. I did not hear it.
Oh, I made a motion that we adopt the ordinance amending section. Do you want me to do the whole thing or it's number 8? It's our number 8 agenda item.
yep, so,
I mean, do you want me to read it, Chris?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, just repeating the motion, please.
I make a motion that we adopt an ordinance amending sections 3.020.020.3.02030 and 3.02.040 of the Hideout Town Code regarding planning commission qualifications and training, removal, and compensation.
is there a second?
Second.
Jonathan,
Yes.
Chris, Chris,
Chris, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yes.
JD,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
motion carries. All right, so we're getting trained planning commissioners that are actually gonna get paid.
Hey, so Mayor, before we move on, and I was sorry, I have no internet at my house, thanks to somebody cutting the All West line into my house somewhere, but I managed to get on. So, is there I don't know what you call it, rules of order and procedure? In other words, how the planning commission conducts themselves? I looked through the town code and I couldn't find it. I don't know, maybe I missed it. But I think we're missing that from our, perhaps we can introduce it next time, but to the planning commission discussion item. Because we covered, the training and the compensation and attendance, but we did not really talk about procedure. And I think it's the council's duty to make sure there's something in place that the planning commission can then, because I think our code says in 3.02.080 that they can come forward and, make recommendations on how they might change the way they conduct themselves, but we're supposed to have those rules in place.
Polly, I would say, any comment from a legal
Yeah,
standpoint, because we're talking about sections 20, 30, and 40, not section 80 here.
I'll take a look at it. If they don't have rules of conduct, it's a good idea for them to have it. So, let me take a look and see what we have.
Okay, fair enough, so we'll put that on the agenda for next meeting.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, so let's go on to number 9. 9 and 10 get a little bit confusing because there are, well, 9's not so, it is not so difficult, but I think there's some amendments and the way we're amending, previous things that we've, approved. But this one's on discussion and possible approval of ordinance, regarding setting the compensation of statutory officers, elected officials, and contracted employees. So this has to do with a lot of state law, from what I gather, and in the way we probably should have done things previously, but didn't capture that prior during our budget process, but we've actually included the numbers in the budget. So what I understand, we're good on the finance, but we need to create an ordinance setting the compensation for elected officials, officers, and contracted employees. So this is a little bit wider in scope, and it includes COLA increases. It includes town council and mayor. So in addition to the planning commission, councilors and mayors would get compensated. And we've also looked at our city engineering rate and established a guideline for that based upon the current rate, essentially. And that was it to this ordinance.
Yeah, state code changed, I think it was last year, starting last May 1st, to require a public hearing every time there's an increase in salaries or compensation for any of these groups, including elected officials. We would ask that you consider this ordinance, hold a public hearing, and consider passing it.
So before we open it up to the public, I would say comments from the council.
Yeah, I have my hand up, so I guess I'll go first. So going to the mayor and council compensation, so I was there for the preliminary budget, and we had contemplated and put into the budget not 500 per meeting or 100 per meeting respectively, but 500 per month and 100 per month respectively. So with the spirit was that the compensation would be raised and that the council members and the mayor would not be required to submit paperwork every month to be reimbursed. They would simply receive 500 a month and 100 a month. But you have it written here as 500 per meeting and 100 per meeting, which is, I mean, if there's only one meeting a month, then I suppose that's what was budgeted for. But if there's more than one meeting per month, then and when you say per meeting, do you mean per council meeting, regular council meeting, or do you mean, what does the per meeting mean in here?
Well, we think it's a meeting, it's a regular scheduled meeting, but Chris, I like your, yeah, I think it's much better if we're at a monthly basis, but again, I think we need to, capture everyone's thoughts here in terms of, is it, because meeting and official, really meetings are, official, they're noticed, so to speak, but even workshops are noticed, right, Alicia? So, however, I don't think what the intent was to ka-ching the town on meetings here. If we had a bunch of meetings and said, oh, I can make a bunch of money on that. So my thought is, let's change meetings to months. Does that make sense, or?
It does. I'll make the motion to change in this table that's currently being displayed, delete the words per meeting and insert the words per month.
Is attendance still required for you getting your payment?
Yes.
I presume?
Absolutely, yes.
Right.
No attendance, no money.
I get it. Don't get some.
That's a tough one,
I'll be
because
here.
you could be doing a lot of duties in that month.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
say, I gotta go on vacation,
Right.
during and then you would get nothing. I'm not sure that's fair either.
Well, don't you get it if you're virtual?
Suppose you're on vacation.
Oh, well, we make time, right?
No, I think this is per month, period. If you're an elected official,
Yeah,
per
forget
month, period.
meeting,
Okay,
yeah,
that's cool.
yeah. Because you 29 days and you're working, doing something for the town, then you're on vacation or something. I mean, that's a little unfair. Anyway, let's change. John has made a motion to change it to month. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We got a second.
It's got a roll now.
Let it roll. Carol?
Yeah.
Chris,
That's for you.
Chris, you on mute?
Yeah, change it to month, please, yes.
JD?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, so that carries, we'll move, change it to month, but we still have to open this to public hearing. Any other comments from the council?
Can I just make sure? I think in the page above, it also says per meeting. I just wanna make sure that we're changing both or clarify that that motion included both sections or.
so this raises a question, if we have a special meeting, a closed session. And a special meeting. And a regular meeting all in 1 month, it's still $100, right?
I agree.
I agree.
Yeah.
too.
Yes.
I think
Let's
it's
just keep
fair.
it a flat rate and then,
Yeah. Fine.
Yeah. flat rate.
I think that was the motion you made, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I just wanna make sure everybody's on the same page.
And Alicia, you're just saying, hey, that this section, so the two sections have to be consistent.
Just wanna make sure
Change
that
per
they're,
month.
that you guys understand that it's consistent.
Right.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, where were we? We open this, we were asking for any additional comments. Let's open this to, public. Any comments? We'll open this to public. Any comments here or online? Again, it's click the hand icon and, *6 and *9 on the phone. Hearing nothing, we'll close public hearing and, we need you need to vote on the,
Yeah.
Amended language.
on the amended language, which was just amended for meetings to months. So do I hear a motion, on on this ordinance, for the compensation of officers, elected officials and contracted employees?
So moved.
That's motion. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Carol seconds. JD,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
Jonathan,
Yes,
so moved. Okay, so with that, we have to amend to be consistent with state law, from what I'm understanding, we have to amend the FY 26 budget, even though we've already captured the expenses in the budget that we've already approved. We still have to go through the amendment. Is that correct, Polly?
Yeah, so what we need to do is just the way that the state code reads, you have to have that public hearing. So what I suggested and Alicia updated, and you wanna scroll down to her packet, is just a ratification of the budget that you already passed in June. Nothing's changed. You had already included this in your budget, but just to make sure we're just following it exactly. So you'll just ratify it. So you'll wanna open a public hearing for that and then consider ratifying it.
Okay, so, first order, anybody on the council have anything to discuss? I see a lot of shaking of the heads. No, Chris, do you have anything on that?
Nothing for me.
Okay, so we'll open it to public. Any questions from anyone in the room, online? I think we just went over it, *6, *9, and you can raise your hand with that. Hand icon. Looks like there's no input, so we'll close public hearing and go to vote. Is there a motion to formalize the,
That's the word ratify.
yeah. Is there a motion to ratify, or adoption of amending the 26 budget to encapsulate what we've been talking about?
I'll move.
Carol moves, do we have a second?
second,
Jonathan seconds, JD,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
John,
yes,
Carol,
Yes.
okay, so that carries. So number 11 seems redundant a little bit.
Well, this is just for the it's a resolution setting a per diem compensation for the
Planning commission.
planning commission, which is not included in the other document. So,
Well, in number 8, compensation was concluded, was it not?
Can I comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the ordinance that you adopted in number 8 made a change that you could adopt the planning commissioner's compensation by resolution. So you just adopted an ordinance for, because that's required by state law, for the compensation. So we had to pull the
Planning commission.
planning commissioner out of that and adopt a
It's
resolution
definitely
instead.
ratified now.
Yes.
Okay.
So.
Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you, JP.
Yes.
Second.
So we have, we don't have to have public hearing on this, so this is
No.
just a council resolution with a motion. Which is whether we establish a per diem compensation for members of the planning commission, which we kind of already have done. Do we have a motion to approve this resolution?
Yes.
Jonathan says is,
Second.
JD is second, Carol.
Roll.
Yes.
Chris. Chris, you might be on mute.
Just a quick note, it says $100 in here. Is that what we adopted?
No.
We adopted 50, right?
For planning commission.
Planning commission, yes.
For planning commission, and 100, not per meeting, but per month for the council.
Correct.
Does this need some amendment?
And $100 for the planning commission chair.
planning commission.
Which
for-
is indicated in the third clause here, but,
it's not a
and then
monthly.
1,500 is established, so, we may have to move, so tentative.
For meeting attended, so if they just call it per diem. It's basically per meeting.
So do we wanna keep these words?
Yeah,
No.
I think that, oh,
Make
You
it
had
50, you want monthly, right?
well, you made it monthly for the council.
Yeah.
But for the planning commission, it's up to you. I mean, I don't typically see the planning commissioners getting kind of a salary type. Compensation, usually it's a per diem. So that's what I drew up, but I think you probably have the ability to do it however you want. But typically, it's done kind of by per meeting, per diem, based on the research I did. But I think legally, I mean, if you wanna create that, I don't know how that works for your payroll or
I was
whatever.
gonna say, that's probably what you wanna consider, like payroll considerations and just have consistent standard payments to the planning commission people and town council once a month.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I don't know if Jan has an opinion. Do you guys think that one?
Any other comments?
I don't think this would be payroll. I think Jan has her hand up, but I don't think this would be payroll. I think this would be the 1099 type stuff. And I guess maybe Jan can answer this, but I think it'd just be part of the monthly check run for the monthly.
To withhold. I have to withhold, also I have to put you in the Utah retirement system.
Sounds
I've
rolling.
seen things.
So it is payroll then, Jan, for council, monthly council payroll.
It's payroll.
And then for the planning commission, if we did a per diem for them, which is I think what we intended, then
It's
they would,
payroll, so I have to run all of them through payroll.
Both council and planning commission.
Uh-huh.
So it would not be appropriate for us to use 1099 then? Is that not? Oh, okay.
Nope.
Okay.
I think back when I used to claim my $50, way back at the beginning, it was a 1099 situation. But that was before your time, Jan.
Yeah, it changed the state has regulated it.
So suggestion on which direction we move, Jan, do you, on that basis? I've never submitted any money for,
I mean, either.
you know, for any compensation,
But you
so.
you can always do a payroll once a month, even
Yeah.
if we just check per diems based on your attendance or not, really,
It-
right?
It's not difficult at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
And we do ACH now, so it goes automatically into your bank account. We can get you set up. It's not a problem.
Yeah, it's nice.
So Jan, from your standpoint, would you say we should change this to monthly to be consistent with our previous thoughts? And what we passed, or we just keep it as is?
Monthly would be easier. But again, the planning commission, I mean, sometimes they don't meet, so either way. But for the council, it would be seamless to just set them up in payroll and pay them monthly. Planning commission can submit.
If they have six meetings a year, then there's,
It follows whatever, you know, if they have six, and they get paid 6 times a
Yeah.
year.
so based upon that, Jan, I think you're suggesting that, we keep the wording as is.
I think it works fine.
Okay,
Let's go the easy route.
yeah, and if we need to change it, we can
We'll fix it.
we can figure it out later, so this is a good starting point, yeah. Where were we in the voting process here on this one? Did we make a motion on the?
Made a motion, and then Chris had the discussion, so Jonathan moved, Jamie seconded. Chris had the discussion, so either
Should I renew the
amend,
motion?
amend.
Yeah, we do the motion and we can go back through the vote things.
Okay. So I would renew my previous motion to adopt this as is.
Second, is there a second?
Second,
Carol seconds, JJ,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes,
Carol,
yes.
Jonathan,
Yes,
okay. Got through that one using the word meeting.
Unanimity all around.
That takes us to the end of our agenda items. But, we also have some committee updates and,
Can I make a comment?
sure,
What about, I wanted to hear about the wildfire symposium.
You
because
will.
that's next.
Oh,
yeah, I
And
only,
then
I only moved that to make sure that we had enough time for
Front end stuff, yeah.
to cover other items.
okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
So we're not going to committee updates yet, now we're going to hear about the,
Yeah, now we'll hear about the committee updates, which will include the wildfire,
oh.
with the wildfire committee.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm
No,
on previous
Murphy,
agenda.
wildfire.
I was just trying to save a little few minutes
Okay,
before, that's all.
okay.
So, Chris, I don't know what your time frame is because you got relatives, but you're welcome to give us post committee updates and, you know, if you want to leave after that, it's fine.
okay, well, I'd be delighted to go first at post committee. We always seem to be near the end. So post committee has been focusing on a few things. The first is we have scheduled 2 work days at the Ross Creek Recreation Area because the single track trails called Keatley and Waterway have been, I'm going to call it neglected for the last few years because no one was organizing volunteer days. And the trails are getting a little overgrown. There's some weed situations and yeah, so we're doing 2 trail work days at Ross Creek. The first one is going to be Saturday, July 26th at 8 a.m. to 12 noon. There's going to be an announcement coming out in the newsletter. The state parks have already issued their own flyer. Alicia created a separate flyer for Hideout where we have Hideout contact information on it. So I think, thank you, Alicia, for doing that. I think we want to post that one in the newsletter that Carol issues, or at least, and if it's not coming out soon, then maybe do a special edition. The second session is going to be Saturday, August 16th, and same time, 8 to 12. We're going to need at least 2 days. I did a survey of the west side this morning, and made a list of all the areas that need attention. So I think the first work day, I want us to focus on the west side, so stuff closer to the water, and we'll see how far we get with the number of volunteers. So spread the word. We need help. We're going to have the tools trailer borrowed from Wasatch Mountain State Park, and hopefully lots of volunteers. The second thing is we are working, the committee, members of the committee are working with the state park on permanent panels commemorating the Japanese American settlement known as Keatley Farm. There are temporary panels up that Alicia helped design and get printed that have been up for already almost 3 years, which is crazy. But we're finally getting the park involved, the state parks involved. So we have their, professional, their historian and their designer, as well as, support from, the high level of leadership in the state parks to get this done. And they're hoping to have the first 2 sign panels. That'll be a redesign of what's currently up now in the state park. They're hoping to have those, I think they said by October. And they'll get installed someplace to be determined, probably by Amanda White, the state park manager at Jordan State Park, but very likely to be in the day use area that was just constructed a couple of years ago. We're also progressing on the fencing discussions, because the fence that is up in the state park between Hideout and the state park, over where Shoreline 2 and Lakeview Estates are, that fencing needs to be repaired. It's the committee is still working on evaluating different fencing options and getting pricing. We have a grant that will pay for some of it, perhaps. And then the other thing is trying to
stop you there for a minute.
Yep.
It was the developers that obliterated that fence when they poured the crushed rock and used it as a road. I don't know why the developers shouldn't be contributing to the rebuilding of the fence that they obliterated.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I agree. We're approaching them. I talked to one of the developers already, and he's willing to help out. I didn't talk to the other one yet, but I'm not sure if Thomas has had those discussions or not, but our expectation is, yes, they're going to be contributing to it. So between the grant money we have and then their cash, we're going to do what we can.
They also built a very nice staircase that leads right down to there, which I don't see going away. So how do we deal with that?
So currently the park, this was in the minutes from, I think last two times ago, but the park, originally we had been in discussions with them for a long time to have a public entrance to the park that wasn't through the gate at Ross Creek. And we had just abandoned that. And now it's perhaps up for debate, but currently, JD, I think you asked that question. Currently, we don't have an intent in the near term to have an access point from Hideout that is not the main Ross Creek gate area. That does not mean we won't have one in the future. It just means now we don't have one.
Yeah, I just think that there's going to be no way that fence is going to last, and that stairway will be used regularly.
Yep. Well,
not to any fault of your own, for your efforts. I'm just saying that they built. I think even GCD may have contributed, a little effort to get that staircase going. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, we'll be taking that out when we put in the fence, and I'm not sure what kind of signage might go up. We still have to discuss that with the state park. But the intent is, it is not, you are expected to pay the fee to use the park. It's not a parking fee, it's actually a usage fee for the park. And the park really needs the money from these fees to keep operating because, that's how they get their money. So we're going to cooperate in that way to the best of our ability. And it is currently not permitted to jump the fence in any way. So I think that's all. Carol, you've been in some meetings. Did I leave out anything that you can recall?
You did ask, Amanda to, the volunteers that they could then spend the rest of the day if they wanted to in the park.
Mhm.
And I didn't get any, I don't understand if she answered that.
She did not answer that. So our intent there also was to entice volunteers who may not have a park pass,
Yeah.
to give them a little bit of, I don't know, bonus is if they come and work for a few hours with us in the morning, they would have free entry to the park for the rest of the day for, them and their families or companions, whoever they're recreating with. And they would have an opportunity to hang out in the park the rest of the day without having to pay the fee.
But she never said whether or not she approved that.
She didn't answer on that one.
Right.
Well, in any case, if you don't have a state park pass and you come to volunteer, you will be admitted for free. We'll let you through the gate to come in. We're not going to charge you a fee to come volunteer.
I was gonna say, how do you kick somebody out after
It's probably not the greatest
you may not get other family members. Anyway, thanks, Chris.
Sure.
And then, why don't we go to number 6, transportation, we'll go finish the
Okay.
bottom and then we'll go to the top.
Okay, there's something I wanted to bring up on my phone. And it came from, gotta put it down. Okay, they're still working mostly on 248, on 224. But I did get an email, which I think all of you got, from Kimberly Brenneman, where she talked about we can apply for a TIF or a TTIF grant if we have a transportation project. So my thought was, the main issue about not getting public transportation into Hideout is there's no place for people to park their car, to leave their car to get on the bus. And I wondered if it would, and I'm not good about writing grants or doing this, but if it would be worthwhile pursuing trying to get some money, because she said there's a nomination window which is open now. Local governments and transit districts can now nominate a project at any time, but a detailed cost estimate must be completed when nominating the project. And there is a template from UDOT. So actually what we really need is a stoplight, but is it, I don't know how to proceed further. And,
Do we need the parking, to have an option, to move the grant ahead? What are the prerequisites? Do we need a light? Do we need prerequisites?
No, I'm just saying, do I try to get a grant, or does Hideout pursue this to try to get some money for a parking area? And do we have the land for a parking area? Because the issue is the buses, every time I've talked to transportation departments, you can't, we're a hilly town.
Yeah.
People, and we're spread out. People aren't gonna walk from one bus stop. But if there's a bus stop and there's parking available for cars where they can leave their cars, then they could take the bus.
What about when you first turn on Shoreline, just to the right, people used to park there, but
Yes.
they're not parking there now, and
Right.
but who owns that?
Yeah, who owns that, and could that be developed as a parking lot, because it's right off?
It could fit like 20 cars in there,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but who owns it?
You mean
Where
that,
the trailer used to be parked, remember, right up by 248.
Yeah, you turn right into shoreline like you're coming in.
The
from our
Ross
side.
Great, yes,
Right.
we
Yeah,
own it.
exactly, yeah.
And the other piece is, we have, so I've talked to a developer, for the property that we own, which is you're coming down, Shore Longview there.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
You know, from Ross Creek entrance. At least one developer said, well, you can put, you know, you've got enough land, to establish, you know, angled parking for 20, 30 cars there.
You know, also.
And that would help our, that would.
I was gonna say that's a hook for the Richardson Flat area too. If we actually had parking there, having a back and forth, you know, between there would be possible. In other words, like, so if the, you know,
And the flat property which we own,
Yeah.
the acre and call it the quarter,
yeah,
at the top is, pretty darn flat.
yeah,
And compacted.
yes,
So right now, we could use, I would
Yes.
think, Carol, we'd use that right off the bat, and that, you know, we might have to put some. Parking rails there or something like that, so, you know,
but
people are parking all
I'm
over.
pretty sure it could
Yeah,
have 20.
but that,
25
yeah, that's
cars.
already set up. And then, but I was just talking to a developer who said we could easily add another 30, 40 spots along the road on our property side.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So
there's another
that-
issue with
think we
the
got that
Richardson Flat parking, and I believe it went before Park City Council tonight.
Really?
And they're talking about possibly closing down Richardson Flat and moving it to, is it the Gordo property? It's further down where that stoplight is coming out of.
Hospital area.
Yeah, not the hospital.
Yeah.
No, not Quinn's, where the bus turns to go into Park City Heights. And there's a stoplight there, so as you're heading into Park City, you know, you go past the hospital stoplight and it's the next stoplight. And so they're talking about taking the land there and turning that into the bus parking area for all of Park City. So, and I think it was on the agenda tonight, or it's gonna be on their agenda coming up pretty soon. So we could lose
That would stink.
Richardson Flat
Terrible.
as a parking area that,
You know, we've got some folks in the development side.
Yeah,
that are
Ralph's got
you-
some news.
Yeah,
that
that
would
I
not
don't
be
think
good.
that, you know,
That would not
that's,
fly.
that's not what,
oh,
our but you know,
right,
who knows what Park City?
well, see, that's it, Park City owns the
Yeah,
parking
they have.
area.
They-
So-
yeah, yeah.
So,
They
you
could,
know, so that's why I
They
was
have
thinking
licenses.
maybe we really should try to pursue getting parking in Hideout. Where we could then hopefully get, and it would be High Valley Transit, it wouldn't be Park City. Right now, it's the Park City buses that go into Richardson Flat. So, you know, I keep trying to follow it and see what they're doing. But I don't have the capability to, you know, write
Well,
a grant or whatever.
I'll work with you on it. It's like, I think. A transportation option has to be part of our future. I'm
Yes,
pretty,
I think it's
pretty
critical.
pretty sure of that. And like, I think, you know, when we talk with John and people involved in
Right,
this
well, it was. one
plan,
of the
it's gotta be part of the answer.
Right, yeah.
And then honestly, there's gonna, you know, people are gonna like, you know, people are gonna move out this way east and then it's gonna be. They're gonna need options, you know,
Right.
so we're working Park City and. you know.
It's one of those 4 elements that are required by state law. Transportation,
yeah,
Mhm, yeah.
current, you know, and future, and you know, like,
well, I think most people would love to have something more localized to Hideout.
right.
Oh, yeah.
Is everybody I know anyway,
Yeah.
but right now we're.
We don't know what's possible, like, we should like go walk the site.
And then the other piece is, if we did something locally, would it reduce the number of trips possible? So, you know, we have to think about that a little bit, like,
Right,
you know. if-
but I mean, can we get staff to help us with this? I mean, is it something staff could do, you know, participate in? To see if we can get a grant written,
I think we need to ask Jan on
Yeah,
that.
Jan's got
Jan,
some
is she still
experience.
there?
right?
She's-
Yes, I'll catch up with you, Carol.
Okay,
I'm willing to help you guys with this, cause, I think it's kind of
it's important,
it's a long-term thing.
Right.
And we got parking. right? We probably have enough
I
parking
think
right
we,
now.
yeah, I think that it's doable. I mean, there were plenty of cars there for a lot of the winter and,
Right.
you know, for a little engineering involved, we might be able to like actually make this a 35 car lot or something like that. I don't know.
And then do we try to work with High Valley Transit?
Oh, exactly.
You
Well,
know, because they're the
they got a
ones
new
that
home,
run the
you know, they're closer to us than they are in Park City,
Right.
arguably. So, yeah, I think so.
And is there a possibility from that lot to go to Deer Valley East Village? Because there's not gonna be much parking. You know, unless you're gonna pay a lot of money
$70
per day.
That was what you're talking about?
That's for the Hyatt Regency, not or the Grand Hyatt.
Yeah.
If you
It's
can
I believe
find a
that.
spot,
If
Yeah.
you,
because at
Right.
nine AM, there aren't any more spots. You
right,
gotta wait till 11:30 when the
People
early
start
crowd,
Yeah.
leaves.
And
So maybe maybe we'd be serving people in town much better if we did something like that to, for, at least in the winter.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep, sounds good.
you guys are gonna work on that?
Yep.
okay. All right, we'll meet with Jan,
Yes.
okay,
Anything else, Karen?
no, that's it.
I don't know if Thomas is still hanging in there. We'll circle back to 1 and 2, planning commission, design review. Anything, Thomas, are you on?
He's on.
I am here.
Okay.
Anything to add from? We know there's some big issues, big things coming up in the next planning commission. Can you fill us in?
Sure. So the next planning commission meeting is on July 17th, and we'll be hearing Elkhorn Springs with regard to the rezone and the MDA. Wild Horse Development will be at a subsequent meeting. And with regard to design review, no updates now. Everything that is under construction has been approved from a design review perspective. The only thing I would actually add to this is, Carol, I'm certainly more than happy to jump in and help with regard to transportation. I know that Park City is discussing the potential of a gondola that would go all the way from Richardson Flat to Snow Park at Deer Valley. So that may be something to be thinking about as well. So I'm happy to help with that.
Second. I'm taking my role.
Well, that's if they ever
What's
build
that?
snow. That's been delayed.
Who's
Right,
gonna pay for that?
Yeah. I think what I've heard, I don't know what everybody else has heard, but what I've heard is they want more people from here to come into Park City and spend their money. So they don't want them going to Deer Valley East Village because that's Wasatch County money.
that's right.
So,
That's
just
you're
look at
right.
it's a pure economics here. They don't, they'll build a transportation system that's gonna serve their economic benefit, not our transportation benefit, maybe not even our economic benefit,
Well,
I hope they do put in a gondola there, but,
that should prevail.
we had some conversations yesterday about potentially, would Richardson Flat, would that annexation create a gondola directly to Deer Valley East Village? And it wasn't nearly as much as I thought it would be. So we're talking, I think the quote was 5 million. Really? So I thought it would be about 10. But and I can't imagine what the gondola into Snow Park would be, but Snow Park is delayed, so there's no money being
They kind of wars up on nothing right now. And the parking house.
They just delayed it, don't know,
They delayed it.
resurrected it,
At least a year.
at least a year.
A year?
Yeah,
Wow.
so in the meantime, let them build a gondola from here to Snow Park or Park City.
Let's go to Alta if we're doing all the way.
We're fine with that. But, I know a lot of people in town that I've talked to said, can we get something from Richardson Flat to Deer Valley East Village? Because to the point of the park, would you say $70 a day?
Yeah.
If you can get,
Well,
that's
that's
if you can get there at 7:30.
right, and that's at the Grand Hyatt, so
Yeah.
I don't know where else.
I don't think anything's gonna be inexpensive
Yeah,
in
It's
Deer Valley.
unlikely to be for free anymore, that's for sure too.
Free is,
Yeah,
free is gone.
free is
and-
gone.
And then, yeah, you may not be able to get the parking spot even at 70.
Yeah.
So it sure would be nice to either have something coming from Ross Creek directly to Deer Valley East
Right.
Village. And then, keep the bus system to, even if it's down by Park City Heights it's not that big of a deal.
Right.
To
Yeah.
downtown.
That's
Anyway,
true. I mean, most of us drive.
But you guys are gonna solve all this, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
we'll have the solution next meeting.
Thanks, JJ.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You guys may not like it, but we'll have something.
this was all from Thomas's comment. Anything else, Tom?
Nope, that's it. That's all I have, yeah.
I will put up the schedule because we had passed this by. This is the wildfire symposium on this coming Tuesday at Black Rock. I've been there a couple of times now. It's beautiful. Conference room. We had half of it. We saved a little bit of money by going halfies. I don't think we'll need any more than that. There's this big panel door that comes across. It's fairly thick, so we didn't test the mic and the sound penetration out, but it's Tuesday. Let me pull down. The most important part here is to update everyone on the agenda. Starts at 9:30. Everybody, please invite your friends.
Yeah.
In town, even out of town, it's like, this is regional, but wildfires had no boundaries. That's the theme of the meeting. We have a terrific group of people, including right off the bat is the Wasatch and Summit Fire Departments, chiefs. I think the state fire chief is represented from the
We
association.
believe he's gonna be.
Gonna be here, and Jonathan is moderating that. Then we have our anchor speaker, he's kind of our keynote. This is John Pike, he's also a Jonathan. He's the Utah Insurance Commissioner. I don't know if Tracy's gonna talk, that's one of his key execs. And one of the conversations, one of the pieces that he's gonna talk about will be House Bill 48, which the governor signed about a month ago, which reflects on using Department of Forestry's risk analytics and risk scoring at a minimum for underwriters, insurance underwriters that are underwriting property insurance in the state. This is followed by some insurers, brokers and agents, and I'm moderating this based upon my background. We got somebody from Hub International. I think they're the number 5 largest broker in the world with and Doug is flying in. Carol Walker is flying in from Denver. She manages the Rocky Mountain Insurance Association, which includes the top 5 insurers in in Utah. And she's going to also invite some of the big insurers like Statewide, Nationwide, and State Farm. And then Matt Child, who represents the Utah Independent Insurance Association. We might have some participation from Extel or LDS. Risk managers are insurance managers for large corporations. Oftentimes they will do captive insurance for these large corporations. They layer their own insurance, self-insurance with third-party insurance. You almost have to do combinations of those. But Extel is a massive corporation, and LDS. Jan, do you know if any of those folks are coming?
I have not gotten any confirmation that they will be a panel member, but I know 2 risk managers from the insurance company that manages most of the municipalities in the state.
Okay, well, if they are there, and we're pretty flexible as to, if somebody comes in late and we can add them to the panel. We'd love to have a risk manager. Okay, so then we have lunch, and we may have a speaker, but right now what we have is the next panel, which is kind of the government panel, I call it. And then Helen Langen, who is our communications director and has a lot of contacts in the area, but I've contacted Mike Lee's organization as well as Congressman Kennedy they plan on sending someone representative. I think Mike Lee may even do a 5-minute video according to Joel Brown. So we would have a video of what what the feds are doing, so to speak. And then I have Jamie Barnes here, she's the director of Utah Division of Forestry and and State Lands. She's sending a representative, because I think she's down in southern Utah dealing with wildfires. And, yeah, so, there's stuff going on in our state right now. And then I don't know why I have Jamie, and I probably needed to delete one of those. And then Carson Eilers, who is policy director for ULCT, he will either be on the panel, if we're short a person, and because I also have him down in, actually, we changed this last session, 210 to 245. That will really be Carson, and we'll just give him a kind of like a second keynote talk. And then between that, next to last is one more discussion from what I would call technology companies that develop spatial analytics and risk scoring for all the major insurance companies in the world. I know these people. Tammy works for Guidewire, which is the biggest publicly traded technology company in insurance, property and casualty insurance. And then I don't know Pat, but Green Shields Risk Solutions is a company that develops spatial analytics and provides those to individual homeowners, towns, counties, and I believe they know John Pike as well. And then the replacement, I initially had Jamie Barnes on this panel, but Tyga Rohrer, who is a man, and he's a deputy, so he's supposed to be representative. And I still have Jamie on there, but I think Tyga is a replacement. So each of these panels will have 3 or 4 people, and then the last one I replaced with Carson Eilers, and he'll have a presentation, supposedly very good. And then we'll just wrap up and maybe do a little socializing, but really a terrific group of speakers and people who really know state insurance, analytics, and the feds.
This is a gift to this town, in my opinion, what you guys have put together. This is really great. My entire career has been in risk and pricing stuff. And people need to hear the challenges that go on in this industry, and in writing fire insurance. It's expensive. People do not line up for moral purposes. They do it to make money and returns. And people got to understand that. It's not like, oh, we don't care about you. They do care about you, but they care at a price. And that's what matters here. And it's like, this stuff is expensive. We live in an incredibly vulnerable area. And I think people need to hear this. And like, I just got my fire insurance canceled. There's usually a price for something. You can get it, but it's gonna be expensive. And so you can't cry about it and these things. And I think this is like a real opportunity for people to hear the truth, and people who deal in this every single day. I think it's great.
And do we have a lot of people signed up?
I would call it a moderate group, but not sure how many other people will join, but we've extended the invite stage. Yeah, we extended the invites. I just extended invites to other HOAs. Really, I know individual homeowners is really important, but the HOAs are the biggest payers of property insurance in the state. And, Carol, we got hit with a 4x increase. And we had to go to another insurer, we had to go to another agent and broker. So it was a several month process. And we got canceled by one of the top insurers in the country, auto owners in Michigan. They were I know them personally, and they canceled us. And so we had to go to a specialty insurer to get insurance.
Right.
So, I know.
I think more people would be interested. I mean, I would think everybody would.
I would hope some developers come, because frankly, some of their their disastrous landscape plans are not helping matters.
Well, we have talked to some of the developers
We have,
and,
They need to get on board with some of the stuff.
they would like to, you know, incorporate defensible space from the get-go, and two, alternative building materials that are more fire retardant and fire resistant. That goes back to design review committee stuff, because our original MDA would not allow that. But that was 15 years ago.
Yeah.
We're in 2025 where, you know, we're sitting in this corridor from California to Nevada to
Yes.
Utah to Colorado.
Right.
That's in the wildfire. We're in
Yes,
the,
no
you
doubt.
know,
And
we're
I
in the-
want you to think about this year, we have had so much wind.
Yes,
I mean,
you're right.
more wind.
Yesterday was
than-
insane.
Oh my, it took all the pots off my patio and threw them down the hill, you know, where I live up on the cliff. Threw them down the cliff, across the street, and they ended up on Shoreline Drive in my neighbor's yard. I mean, that's what the wind did.
And the wind is a massive culprit. As we- Jonathan and I have been
California.
spending so much time with the
Yeah.
fire department. You know, we've gone through these learning lessons. And once that wind comes up from the Jordan
Jordan
Alley,
Alley.
Yeah.
it doesn't stop. You get a spark, and all the brush we have in town, it emits a,
Tinder.
as according to our fire chief said, you know, it's an oily substance that further accelerates. Yeah, so, anyway, BlackRock they just got double, you know, that HOA.
Did that, was that
yeah.
right?
Yeah, because one of my friends lives over there.
Yeah.
He said, you gotta talk to our HOA, so they're invited. Carol, if anybody here has anyone who they'd like to invite, particularly HOAs or
Do
anything
we have a
like that.
newsletter coming out for them?
We're gonna have
Get free.
Alicia tomorrow.
Yeah, I believe Carol's gonna send one
Awesome,
tomorrow.
perfect. So they'll have something about I think that's great.
And the quality of the folks, you know, to some extent, this is like a little workshop with getting these top people involved. So I hope everyone from the council and the planning commission,
Yeah.
if you can make it, because.
Well, part of this is instructive. They're here to kind of like, you know, Ralph share with them, they like talk about like what a model community of, you know, fire protected community would look like. And so it's a bit aspirational too, which is a great thing, you know, that we need to kind of understand what would it take to get our rates down, but like more importantly, what would it take to make us all safe, which I think is really the prime concern.
And Jonathan Pike, our insurance commissioner, having had multiple conversations with them, and Jonathan and I have had conversations with the Wasatch Fire Chiefs. We are the model town. John Pike.
Hard to believe.
I know. He goes, but you guys are, you know, they're getting information from us about spatial analytics because some of the connections. So it's a two-way street. If we can help them, they can help us. You know, and then, you know, you mentioned John Valente, he's been in the.
Right,
The article was in the paper,
right.
on the book Fire.
He'll be, you should announce it at a symposium that he'll be here the 29th of July. It's the library and it's free.
His book is one of the most popular books out there.
Oh my God,
Really?
it is a frightening book.
I
Yeah,
believe it.
yeah.
I'm scared.
Okay.
We invited him. Anyway, Jonathan, do you have anything more from the fire, the building or anything like
so
that?
just on the fire station front, they're targeting the fall of 2026 for opening of the permanent station.
Wow.
They're hiring a general contractor in August.
Wow.
And so they are moving forward, and I believe that,
For a year,
what's that?
a little over a year.
That's what they're saying at the moment. So, we'll see, right? Construction is always, but that's their target. And I asked Eric that we were still on target as of 3 days ago, and he says, we think so.
Wow,
So we'll see.
that would be great.
Hey, Mayor, my hand's been up for like 5 minutes. Nobody recognized me, so I'm gonna just barge in. Jonathan, question for you, and then I need to go back to the symposium. So Jonathan, you know, I'm starting to think about this fire station, the fact that it only has 2 bays. One for the attack pumper that we currently have at temporary station 56, and the other is for an ambulance. Are they thinking about future expansion, perhaps being able to add another bay to, depending on what happens with population going forward? Or is this design just really going to be limited to just the 2 bays, never being able to expand?
My understanding, I'm gonna have to go back and confirm this, but my understanding is the bays are deep enough such that they could put another apparatus behind the primary response vehicles. So I don't know that they're gonna look at adding a bay, but they are thinking about stashing additional vehicles on the apparatus floor. Now, at least at this point in time, they're not running a lot of calls over here. Now, obviously, when with the build out happens, that will change. But at this point in time, remember all the calls from the East Village are gonna be handled out of the station on the other side.
Yeah.
So this station is gonna be, geographically kind of the 248 corridor. But my understanding, and I will verify this, next chance I get, is that there is room in each bay to stash another vehicle behind the primary response vehicle.
Okay, so we'll never get like a real, I'm going to call it a full-size fire truck, right? It'd be 2 smaller vehicles. Because I'm thinking, the property over here by the town hall is entitled to up to a 6-story building. It could have 150 or more units. I don't forget what the number is that it's entitled to. It could be built one day. And we don't know what the future could bring. And I don't know how the districts share resources, because I don't know, we go through, when I'm driving on 248, I watched both an ambulance and a fire truck from, one apparatus was from South Summit, the other one was from Park City. Maybe they were at a meeting over in Camas, I'm not sure, but they both passed by heading toward Park City. And I'm like, well, they're driving right through here on their way someplace. They're not serving our district, but I just want to make sure that, we're myopically planning only for, the next 10 years or something, but that the fire district is actually considering the ability to expand the hideout station. Just like the hospital, you look at the hospital, the way it was built, it's been added on once, it's going to have another add-on. Like, they planned it that way to be expanding as the need and demands grew.
I think you may be making an assumption that they can't fit a full-size fire engine in there and then an attack pumper in the back behind the ambulance. Now, I don't know that for a fact. I will find out. But my understanding is there's room for 4 vehicles in these 2 bays. But I will look into that and report back.
Okay, thanks, appreciate it. And then going back to the symposium. So, Ralph, it feels like the symposium is primarily insurance focused, but can you, and I'm going to ask you 3 questions. Can you guys describe what you're trying to accomplish at the symposium? Because, I've read the agenda and there's a lot of interesting things on it, but I don't know what you're trying to ultimately accomplish. And the second question is, for folks who cannot attend, and there are probably people that can't spend a whole day there or make a commitment to going, is there going to be some kind of a report on the outcome of the symposium? And if so, who's going to issue that? And then the third one is, the symposium isn't free. So what's the estimated cost that the town of Hideout is bearing for this event, and how is it being shared amongst others?
So the intent, let me take one at a time, and Jonathan jump in.
Sure.
So the intent is to get, certainly to organize a group of speakers and panelists who know it's not just about insurance. There are some insurance there, but we're starting out right off the bat with what is, what kinds of issues and challenges do we have with wildfire? What are the fire departments doing? What kinds of assessments do they do? What could they do? What kinds of assessments could they do for HOAs? And these are free assessments. It really is to, in this short period of time, to introduce a number of experts across a variety of topical areas to the town and to the region, so that we could ask, there's gonna be some questions, but mostly to encapsulate the best of these, the various individuals in their minds and sharing really good information. It'd be like having 20 authors coming in who are all experts in various dimensions of wildfire, whether it's financial or whether it's tactical and engineering. So that's the benefit to in the essence of what we're trying to accomplish. Doesn't
Yeah.
want to add anything?
So this is a public safety information, actionable items kind of meeting. The goal is first to alert all of the residents that, you know what? We live in an extremely high, an area that has an extremely high wildfire risk. So we want people to understand that first. And then the next component will be, what can the average owner do to reduce their wildfire risk? What can the HOAs do to reduce the wildfire risk? And what can municipalities do? Because the goal is to come out of this with actionable items that we can do to help first keep our insurance and hopefully keep it at a reasonable rate. And so early in the morning, you'll notice from the agenda, the fire experts are going to come out with, hey, here's what you can do if you're an owner, an HOA, or a municipality. And then we're going to confront the insurance people and say, hey, if we do these things, you know, first, do you care? And will it make a difference in our ability to keep insurance and hopefully keep it at a reasonable rate? Do we expect it to go down? No, but we do want to keep our insurance at something reasonable. So this overall is a public safety informational kind of event out of which we expect to come up with actionable items to reduce our wildfire risk to people and property.
I have one comment to make. I went to an organization in Hideout. And the question was asked, I was talking about it and promoting it. And people said, so what do we do if there's a fire that comes through here? What do we do to evacuate? And then somebody said, do you have a go bag? And I actually do have a go bag. I don't know how many people do. A go bag is what you put by your back door by your car, you can take. And so they wanted to know what goes in a go bag. And I wondered if I am willing to put together a list. I've got 2 or 3 lists of a go bag of what you put in it.
Yeah.
And I had talked to Alicia and she said she would print it out. Would you like me to bring that to the symposium and have there, if people want to know, what do you do if you have to evacuate?
Well, that's a great point, because one of the things at the symposium is we're setting up a bunch of tables. The fire chiefs will have a lot of what I call giveaways.
Oh, and are they gonna have lists of go?
I don't know, but I would say that's.
Bring yours.
Bring yours, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a great idea.
absolutely.
And I'll bring it up to you. I'm gonna be busy this weekend.
And I would corroborate one thing, Scott Crosby, who owns land in town, he is the battalion chief for the LA County Fire Department, has firsthand stories. He's gonna attend, he's flying in to attend, like I said, he owns some property. One of the things that I picked up from him and some other fire chiefs, but from Scott, I don't think you were on that call, Jonathan. He said evacuation was one of the biggest problems we had. And one is getting people informed and then not having them wait too long. And then to your point, maybe they were looking around, I gotta grab my computer, my passport, my wallet, my jewelry, whatever that go-to bag for them is, so to speak.
Right.
But they said one of the biggest problems for the LA County Fire Departments were getting people out and getting them timely out. And so evacuation was huge. And they said they learned a lot. They said they didn't execute in certain phases. They learned after the fire. So anyway, I think Scott is still, he's supposed to come, and he can't talk. I had him on as a lunchtime speaker, as a person who actually can talk about firsthand experience from the LA fires, but the LA County Fire District is being sued So he's
Under a gag order.
He's in a gag order, but he said he would be glad to walk around to our various neighbors. That's a shame. I hate to say
Yeah,
that,
that's
but
right.
that's a total shame.
Right.
That's LA though.
But,
Yeah.
but if you read Fire Weather, the book, they had to evacuate 95,000.
Think of that.
And and people were resistant. So many
Oh,
people
yeah.
said,
Yeah.
I can save
Yeah.
my property.
Yeah.
But eventually,
No, you can't.
everybody had to be evacuated. There was one highway. One went north,
Yeah.
one went south.
Wow.
And so talk about gridlock,
Yeah.
and they didn't lose a single life.
All
That
right.
was the most
That's
amazing
impressive.
thing. They lost tons of property. The fire burned for over 2 years. Because it went into the forest. It didn't burn in the town, but the town was surrounded by boreal forests.
Wow.
And it kept burning.
Wow.
I mean, the book's fascinating. The book will scare the Jesus out of you.
It would be great even to have a copy and, there for, just like, hey, I'm not trying to sell, I called his agency and asked him to come.
Yeah.
But
I
He-
have a copy. We bought it.
Oh, did you buy it? Okay, yeah, bring it.
I read it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because I called his, his personal agency and said, said, we're doing this and he's gonna be around in, end of July.
Yeah, July
Can he make
29th.
it, on July 15th? They said, no, I can't do 2 trips, but, I said, well, next time maybe we'll be able to come, because, one of the actions out of here could be, we wanna drill into a certain area, like materials in defensible space that we can action on, we can action as a town on. And what does the town
And
do?
ordinance
So-
amendments,
Yeah.
on landscaping, for example, perhaps. It's time for us to adopt an ordinance that says you cannot have anything flammable within 5 feet of your foundation. And you cannot have any trees within 10 feet. And it may be time to do that.
It's gonna be a real dose of, medicine for everybody. Like, you gotta understand, it's like, that stuff is just dangerous. And it's nothing to do with the aesthetic, or it's just dangerous. And,
Here's the crazy thing,
Yeah.
the best, cause I actually went to a landscaping seminar for wildfires. The best thing you can have is grass.
Yeah.
I can
Because
believe
grass
it.
is
we're suspiciously short of it,
The
or
stuff we have is
Short.
short number. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I know
Sorry.
we're at 10 o'clock
Yeah.
here. Chris, there were some other questions you had, what were they?
Well, for folks who can't attend, what kind of report? I think Jonathan touched on action items, and I don't know what's your intent after that, how you're gonna
Well,
synthesize the salient points in the symposium, because not everybody can be there. I know I can't be there. I have a pre-existing commitment. I'm sure there are lots of others who can't be there. Say that again?
You can watch the recording.
I don't want to watch a 6-hour recording. Can you make a summary?
Yeah, sure, I'm happy to present a summary to the council.
But, Jonathan and I will work on that, I'll give you an executive briefing. Okay?
Well, not just me, but anybody who can attend. I mean, it sounds like something, if this symposium is going to have the outcome you anticipate, there should be a lot of information that could impact policy decisions that need to be made. And that's what I think we need. And Carol also touched on, it's not just about talking about insurance and what can you do. It's actually planning, preparing for the disaster and figuring, she mentioned a go bag, but I mean, I think should be having, other awareness for the potential disaster preparedness, because it doesn't matter how great it's not going to matter how great our policies are if the lightning does strike tomorrow, next to a bunch of houses and catches them on fire, there's going to be a fire. So, maybe we can keep it from spreading, but if when we can't, despite all of our best actions, how do people get out? And then I just want to make sure that I understand how what the cost that Hideout is bearing for this, and how and is that being spread amongst others? And so what I don't understand is, how we're paying for this.
Is Jan on? Because we really used, something that we didn't use last year, so we have a credit, at BlackRock, so we're using the credit. Jan, can you describe a little bit more on that basis? Because, I know we're just using last year's credit that we didn't use.
We had a retreat fund in January that we decided to postpone. And so BlackRock agreed to give us a credit. We're actually doing a 2-for-1 thing. They're hosting our kickoff for our general plan in September, as well as this event. So it's kind of 50-50, about 5,000 for each event. And that includes the audio, video, rental space, that kind of thing.
And the food, I noticed there are 2 meals being served.
Yeah.
That's pretty cheap, right? So we're doing it on I would call this, a totally shoestring budget to get this quality of, speakers and representatives from a variety of different areas. And, let's put it this way, we have about 750 million in property at risk in town. So, this represents, I did a little math on this, it's 0.000035 in terms of the investment from the town in relationship to our property at risk. And that's current property at risk. We're quadrupling property at risk, so that number I can't even infinitesimally calculate what that might be in terms of our investment, Chris.
Okay, so you're saying that the outcome of the symposium is to ultimately reduce our risk. And so you're going to have actionable items to get us there. And that's what I'm going to be looking for at the end of the symposium. Thanks.
Sounds good. So let's move. I think we covered that piece. We've got the EDC, and that's me, but I think GD, do you want to jump in here and give your commentary for a
So
second?
we've been talking to lots of people about Ross Creek, and we had an opportunity to go down to visit with Larry H. Miller and his real estate team this couple days ago. And I think the 4 of us who went, Ralph, myself, Jan, and Thomas there. Like, anyway, it's like 4 of us, and I think we felt it was very productive in the sense that they have a vision about where they're going, and where we're there to kind of, Richardson Flat is clearly where they're gonna have a commercial enterprise and operate, and we clearly have an interest there too, but also the Ross Creek is kind of emotional and kind of, titular head of, center of where we're living and what we're about and trying to do for the community. And I think they bought in pretty darn well. They understood that their mission seems to be very aligned with these kind of things, that they like to have a community buy-in. They really liked that we did the survey and had the open house. And I think they were very positive about what we're proposing. What that turns into, it's hard to know at this point, but I think we were happy to get another meeting with them for next week. And I think we'll have a productive conversation. So for it's first time in a long time, I felt like, we actually might be able to get something going, concrete with this. So I thought that was pretty positive all around.
And anything on the Ross Creek with other, with the Scott, the Javier, maybe the foodery approach?
Yeah, so there's Jan kind of informed me like, well, is it possible to kind of bring in Larry H. Miller and then possibly as Javier and Scott, they have a good idea. So there's a couple of, I think, doable ideas here that like we all kind of like buy into, generally speaking. So next steps is kind of figure out a little bit why what Larry H. Miller's thinking. They're obviously a very influential company around here. They've got a lot of pull. They know the area, so that's a compelling thing. But obviously, this concept Jan brought in from these guys in Oregon and built this kind of foodery thing is like something I think would fit very well there. And so that I think there's some positive ideas here, and I think hopefully we get some traction really soon and get some direction perhaps.
Yeah, and there's other discussions where, the some of the amenity values from, say, Elkhorn, that's still a proposal though.
Yeah.
It's a, future proposal, would be transferred to Ross Creek. We still have Wild Horse, which is a 3.5-star restaurant, which is still on the table. They're working through some, call it drainage issues.
Yeah, and Larry H. Miller already has a relationship with Nate Rockbank, which is helpful, and the Elkhorn thing. So there's good communication, lines of communication, which I think is something that, we can always be better at, and that's gonna be helpful for moving things forward.
So timeline, when are they gonna start bringing some of their concepts, what they wanna do, to planning commission and the council?
That's a fair question. I'm not really sure. I think what they're trying to, I don't know if I speak at a school about what their plan. These guys.
Yeah, you have to be careful here,
So they have timelines that I was pretty impressed with, like in terms of what they're thinking about doing things here, and particularly in Rich's Flat perhaps, but there's a lot that I couldn't really give you a really solid answer. I'm not sure where we are in terms of oh, can you bring us a proposal and put it in front of the planning commission, for example? I'm not sure we're trying to kind of settle how would it work together, what should we think about? Is there possibilities for public-private partnerships and things like that? So that's what we're trying to understand.
Yeah, and I think to be fair to any developer here is, you can't give away their timelines, Carol, so, without them making it public. And so there is some, we don't want to, we want to keep clear of any, or avoid any possibility of, issues that might, arise. But I would characterize what JD said in a higher level and just say, there's been some positive conversations. And, I think, it's hope, it's better, it's not a hopeful situation. It's like, okay, are there things that we could help them accelerate things with, which is really what we want to do. We don't want, we don't want to.
I mean, my question is, are we all gonna be in the old people's home? Or do you think that's an art?
It's not an unfair question.
Is it gonna affect us living here, or is it way down the road?
Yeah.
I would say no. I would say, these guys have all these, they have a timeline.
Yeah.
And they have to, they have cash flow obligations within their corporation, so, I can't answer, I'm not gonna answer with a specific time.
Okay.
I think that would be a bad idea. So, any other general questions along the EDC line from anyone? Okay, I think we just had the approval of the council minutes, which I hate to say it was 17 pages, if anyone looked at the council minutes.
I read it from beginning to end and I didn't make one correction.
Right. All the way around on that one.
Hey, Alicia, I had one item on the minutes.
Go ahead, Chris.
No.
Yep, so, let me see, okay, on page 5 of 17, line 31. If you can get to there, Ralph.
What page was that, Chris?
5 of 17 in the minutes. There you go, and then line 31. So, Mayor Pro Tem Byer thanked him for his proactive approach while noting that some residents, including herself, and might hesitate to confront workers directly due to personal safety concerns. So I can't remember exactly what I said, but this was spoken in terms of me being a private citizen, somebody who's just irritated by people blocking the road, and am I going to pull over and get out of my car and ask them to move their stuff on some site. I just wanted, if you could add including herself, in parentheses, like as a private citizen, not as mayor pro tem, not as mayor, not as anything else, but as a private citizen, I would not want to be confronting construction workers with their parking issues.
Yeah, do you want me to just strike out including herself, or do you want me to add in as a private citizen?
If you're going to include, well, I hadn't thought about that. You could strike out including herself. Or if you want to keep that, because I do believe I said that, I'd like it just to clarify it as including myself as a private citizen.
Okay.
And then I had something else, but no, okay, that's it. That's all I had.
Anyone else?
There was a reference that Carol made to Lakewood, and I'm wondering if that was actually Lakeview and trash.
Yeah. What line was
I
that?
didn't make the note of that.
I'll do a fine,
Okay.
sorry.
I think it was, Carol, I think when you were talking about trash last time, you were talking about Lakeview, not Lakewood, right?
Yeah.
Right,
That's it.
Probably like. All right.
That's it?
JD? Any comments on that? Yeah. Yeah, I had some comments, but I realized I did it on the hard copy paper that Alicia gave me, and I left it in my home office. So I will include those back to you, Alicia, when I just type those up as I've done previously. Just want to make one comment on the approach to compliance and then safety concerns. I have been talking to our maintenance department, Dan Allen, lead, and some of the problems there is they've been issuing summons, tickets, etc. And that's been their responsibility. We have a part-time person doing it, a few hours a day, a few hours a week, doesn't have a lot of training. And I think we're getting the results of what we're paying for. So I have asked Cameron Platt, who is our attorney, one of our attorneys, Polly, and who has law enforcement background. I spent some time with him and said, what are other towns doing in this regard? I'd like to have a policy. I'd like to have a program and a process that reflects, the needs of the town. We have a lot of, I get a call probably at least a day, maybe more than that. Starts with my wife every morning. Suzanne, I think you left the building. But she's saying, I almost ran into a car. I almost saw an accident. I don't know how many times Brett Rudder has also offered the same. And like I said, there's just, yesterday on the golf course, there was an altercation between one of the maintenance folks and just, some residents walking their dogs. I had a conversation with Jared Rigby yesterday, who's our sheriff, and he's gonna help us identify, call it a part-time experienced person that might be doing some other work for some other towns as a compliance officer. And we're looking at maybe paying someone, call it reasonable amount of money, $25, $30 an hour.
Yeah.
But we can make all of that up and back and more by collecting. So the other side of this is writing summons without an ad. So by the way, our summons books do not even contain the address and the location where you pay the fine. So nobody's gonna, if you had like a blank, where do I pay this to? I'm not gonna voluntarily go out and pay. And so, there's other issues. Jan's brought up some issues. Like, what do you do when you write a ticket for $500 to a worker who comes in and says, I can't feed my kids this month because that $500 is really gonna impact me. So I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm certainly a human being here in this process. So let's balance what we're gonna do. Maybe the first ticket for some people is disposable, don't know. legally, but I would say exceptions are made because exceptions are needed. Let's get into that. Right now, we need a process, a policy, something written that we can go on. We need somebody who can go out there and do it, who's got some experience, and we've got to have collection behind it. And then we can come up with, maybe through our policy, what kind of leniency factors we'd like to initiate. But that's the program. I'm expecting Cameron to present to the town council, Alicia, next month.
Ralph, the one solution to that particular problem you raised is cite the employer, not the employee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was.
Sometimes the employer is not there.
Well, ask them who they work for.
Right. Yeah.
Through agency.
One thing that occurred to me is maybe like doing like almost, we're owed a lot of money from what I've been told about, or it just kind of fines and arrears of people, and send a general note out to all the kind of developers and say, give them a 50% amnesty. We will give you a one-time 50% off. Give us their money, and then we're gonna follow up with something concrete, an additional thing, and we are going to enforce this going forward.
So
I don't know.
Alicia wants to say something. No?
I'm just saying.
I guess, yeah, I about to, like, let's put this on, it's not on the agenda, so let's put this on the agenda for August and you can have a robust discussion.
Yeah.
Fair, that's very fair, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's fair.
and let's
There's
bring
a
our
lot here,
questions to the next meeting because
Yeah, and you
we'll have
kind of-
Cameron present and we'll formulate what I would call an initial policy. And then we can figure out what that may mean in the meeting after.
Yeah, that's what I think a proper process and policies and procedures is a way to do it. It formalizes it, and it shows everyone we mean business. We're not trying to be destructive with the development community. It's like, we don't want to issue these. We just want you to cooperate with the rules we have, but we have to draw a line on some of this stuff. It's just never gonna end.
Yeah, I mean, there's just too much,
There's too much.
too many problems. out there.
Too much.
Yeah, all kinds of, all right, let's conclude the meeting at this point and,
Can I get a motion on the minute?
oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Alicia. Do we have a motion to pass the minutes?
I move.
Thanks.
We have,
Second.
we have
Yes,
Jonathan, Chris,
Yes, with the changes I asked for.
JJ.
Yes.
You have to
Yes.
abstain.
Oh, that's right, sorry.
I'm officially engaged on this, and that's right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alicia.
Right.
That's the first thing you told me when I walked in.
Do we need to redo that?
I just get ignored, that's fine.
Okay, so motion is passed, minutes approved. Can we go into a motion to adjourn the meeting?
so moved.
JJ, you can say.
Second.
That's your word.
Carol,
Yes.
Chris,
Yep.
JJ.
Can I vote on this one? Thank you, Alicia. Yes.
Jonathan.
Yes.
Okay, motion approved, we're adjourned. Thank you all. Good conversations.